Hello there. Welcome back to Sleepy Histories, where we drift together into the gentle currents of the past. Take a moment now to find your most comfortable position. Perhaps you're curled up beneath warm blankets, or maybe you're settling back into that familiar chair that knows the exact curve of your shoulders. Allow your body to release. Let those shoulders drop down and feel your breathing grow deeper and more even. The day is done now. Whatever thoughts or worries occupied your mind, they can wait until tomorrow. Right now, in this quiet moment, there's only the sound of my voice and the promise of a story that will carry you gently towards sleep. Tonight, we won't be searching for shocking answers or frightening mysteries. Instead, we'll quietly set sail into a sea of whispers, a place woven from mist and fireside tales. That region of ocean that people have come to call the Bermuda Triangle. But don't expect the version you might have heard before. We're not here for sensational claims or dramatic revelations. The real story, as always in Sleepy Histories, lies in the quieter details, the everyday human moments, and perhaps the most soothing truths of all. So let your eyelids grow heavy if they wish. Let your breathing slow to match the rhythm of gentle waves. Because we're about to embark on a journey not of fear or excitement, but of understanding and peace. If you find yourself comfortable with our journey tonight, a gentle like would be like a guiding star, helping other friends who are also seeking peace to discover our little corner of calm. And if you'd like to join me on future voyages, feel free to subscribe, but only if you truly feel at ease here. Now, let me set your expectations gently to rest. Don't wait for sea monsters or interdimensional portals. Don't expect tales of alien abductions or supernatural forces reaching down from the cosmos. The real story, as we'll discover together, is far more human, far more ordinary, and perhaps far more beautiful in its simplicity. You see, the Bermuda Triangle, as a mystery, exists largely in our collective imagination. The waters themselves, they're just water, salt water, moved by currents and winds, governed by the same natural laws that shape every ocean on our planet. What happened there to those ships and planes that vanished can most often be explained by weather, by human error, by the vast indifference of the sea itself. These aren't disappointing truths. They're comforting ones, because they remind us that our world, while sometimes dangerous, operates according to patterns we can understand. There's a deep peace in that knowledge, like settling into a warm bed after a long day, knowing that tomorrow the sun will rise and the tides will turn, just as they always have. Now, Close your eyes if you haven't already. Let the space around you fade away. And in its place, imagine a night at sea. Not a stormy night, but a peaceful one, blanketed by thousands upon thousands of stars. The only sound you hear is the gentle lapping of waves against a wooden hull, and the soft whisper of wind threading through canvas sails. The air carries the scent of salt and old rope, of tar and distant lands. We'll begin our journey there, not as investigators armed with modern theories, but as sailors from a time long past, when the ocean was still largely unknown, when maps ended with the words, "Here be dragons," and when a voyage across open water was an act of faith as much as navigation. Picture yourself standing on the deck of a sailing ship, perhaps in the year 1840, feeling the gentle roll of the waves beneath your feet. The wood creaks softly, a lullaby that sailors have known for centuries. Above you, the sails fill and empty with each breath of wind, a rhythm as steady as your own heartbeat. This is where our story truly begins. Not with mystery, but with the simple, profound courage of ordinary people, setting out across an ocean that stretched beyond the horizon, trusting in wind and star and their own careful hands to bring them safely home. But sometimes, as we'll gently discover, the sea had other plans. Chapter 1: The Unforgiving Canvas. You, a sailor, before the myth. You are standing on the deck of a two-masted sailing vessel, perhaps in the year 1840. This ship is not a massive steel machine. It is a living entity, crafted from oak and pine, held together by the patient hands of shipwrights who understood that wood must bend, or it will break. Beneath your feet, every plank groans and creaks with each swell of the ocean, as if the ship itself is breathing. The deck moves, not with the mechanical precision of modern vessels, but with an organic rhythm, rising and falling like the chest of a sleeping giant. You can feel this rhythm in your bones now. This unrocking that has lulled countless sailors to sleep over the centuries. Run your hand along the ship's rail. Feel how the wood has been worn smooth by salt spray and countless other hands like yours. The grain of the oak is still visible, still beautiful, despite years of weathering. Here and there, you notice patches where the wood has been repaired, small scars that tell stories of storms survived, of damage mended by careful hands in distant ports. The air around you carries layers of scent, each one a chapter in the ship's story. The sharp, clean smell of salt spray mingles with the rich, earthy aroma of pine tar. used to seal the gaps between planks and keep the ocean where it belongs. Outside, there's the musty scent of hemp rope, coiled in neat spirals along the deck. Rope that has been soaked by rain and dried by sun so many times it has become as supple as silk. From somewhere below, the smell of cooking drifts up through the wooden grating. Perhaps salt pork and hardtack. Simple fare that will sustain you through the long weeks at sea. The galley fire sends up thin wisps of smoke that dissipate quickly in the ocean breeze, carrying with them hints of wood smoke and the metallic tang of the iron pot where your next meal slowly simmers. Your hands, they've grown calloused from handling the rough hemp lines, from gripping wet rigging during sail changes, from the constant work that keeps a ship alive on the ocean. When you grasp a rope now, you barely notice its roughness, but you feel its strength, its reliability. These ropes connect you to the wind itself. They are the sinews that bind your floating world together. The ocean breeze carries moisture that clings to your skin, makes your clothes feel slightly damp, causes strands of hair to stick to your cheek. The deck beneath your bare feet is never completely dry, always slightly slick with spray and condensation, requiring careful steps and constant awareness. Listen now to the symphony of sounds that surrounds you. Beyond the eternal whisper of waves against the hull, you hear the deep, rhythmic breathing of the sails as they fill and empty with each shift of wind. It's a sound that speaks of power harnessed, of nature's force captured and directed by human ingenuity. The ship's compass, housed in its precious wooden box and mounted near the helm, ticks softly as it sways with the ship's motion. It's a small sound, barely audible above the wind and waves, but vital. That gentle clicking is the heartbeat of navigation, the tiny sound upon which your life depends. From the bow, you can hear the quiet conversations of your shipmates, voices kept low in the vastness of the ocean, as if speaking too loudly might disturb something best left sleeping in the depths below. Their words are often lost in the wind, but their presence is comforting, a reminder that you are not alone in this immensity. When darkness falls and you descend below deck, the world becomes smaller, more intimate. The space is cramped, barely tall enough for a man to stand upright. Hammocks are strung close together, swaying gently with the ship's motion like cocoons in a gentle breeze. This is bedroom, dining room, and shelter. The only light comes from oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the wooden walls, creating pools of huntish golden light that seem to breathe with the ship's movement. The flame flickers, sending shadows chasing each other across the low ceiling, but never goes out. These lamps burn whale oil, precious and carefully rationed. Each drop of light measured against the long nights ahead. The air down here is thick, heavy with the scent of sleeping men, of damp wool and well-worn leather, of the tar and oakum that keep the ocean from seeping through the hull. It's not unpleasant. It's the smell of survival, of human determination in the face of nature's indifference. Your hammock sways gently as you settle into it, the rhythm matching the ship's movement so perfectly that it feels like being rocked by gentle hands. The canvas is soft from years of use, shaped by countless bodies seeking rest in this floating refuge. This is your world now, this collection of wood and rope and canvas. This small island of human craftsmanship adrift on an endless sea. Everything you need to survive is here, but everything that could destroy you is just beyond these fragile wooden walls, waiting. In the heart of your ship, mounted carefully to the main mast in a case of polished wood, lies the most precious instrument aboard, the compass. It is not a digital screen with perfect accuracy. It is a delicate needle of magnetized steel, dancing and trembling on its tiny pivot, forever trying to point toward magnetic north, but not always succeeding. Watch it now as you lean over the compass housing. See how the needle shivers slightly with each roll of the ship, how it seems almost alive, almost uncertain. This thin piece of metal holds your fate in its trembling point, yet it is far from infallible. A magnetic storm brewing in the Earth's atmosphere, a large iron deposit sleeping on the ocean floor below. Even a simple error in the compass maker's workshop, any of these could cause it to drift several degrees from true. Several degrees on the vast ocean means tens, perhaps hundreds of miles of error after many days at sea. Imagine setting out for a port you cannot see, trusting this quivering needle to guide you across waters that stretch beyond every horizon. The mathematics of navigation become a prayer, a hope that the tiny variations you cannot detect will not compound into catastrophe. Feel the weight of that responsibility as you check the compass reading, noting it carefully in the ship's log with a pencil that grows shorter each day. Your handwriting rocks gently with the ship's motion. Each number a small act of faith in the accuracy of this fragile instrument. When night falls and the sky is clear, your captain brings out an instrument that looks like a child's elaborate toy made of brass and mirrors. This is the sextant, a device that seems almost magical in its complexity. Watch as he holds it to his eye, squinting through its telescope at a star you know well, perhaps Polaris, the North Star that has guided sailors for thousands of years. The process is mesmerizing in its precision, yet haunting in its uncertainty. The captain must measure the exact angle between the chosen star and the horizon, a line that wavers and shifts with every swell. His hands must be steady despite the rolling deck. His eye must be sharp despite the fatigue of long days at sea, and the sky must remain clear, free of the clouds that can gather without warning. You watch him work by the light of a carefully shielded lantern. See him make tiny adjustments to the sextant's mirrors. Hear the soft clicks as he locks in the measurement. Then comes the mathematics, a careful ritual performed with pencil and paper. Calculations that transform the angle between star and sea into your position on the vast globe. The process requires patience, a steady hand, and a clear sky. So many ifs, so many conditions that must align perfectly for you to know where you are on this trackless ocean. Too many clouds, and you sail blind. Too much wind, and the ship's motion makes accurate measurement impossible. Too much fatigue, and a simple arithmetic error could send you sailing toward empty ocean instead of your intended port. Think about that for a moment. Let the reality of it settle into your mind like sediment in still water. Right now, a small device in your pocket can tell you your exact location to within a few feet in a matter of seconds. But then, knowing where you were on this planet was an entire ceremony, fraught with uncertainty. During the day, when stars hide behind the sun's brilliance, navigation becomes even more challenging. The sun itself can provide clues, but it requires precise timing, exact knowledge of the date, and calculations that must account for the season, the ship's approximate latitude, and a dozen other variables that shift like sand, sometimes. And here is something few people know. The compass itself could become an enemy rather than a friend. Deep beneath the ocean floor, massive deposits of iron ore lie sleeping in the Earth's crust. These ancient metal mountains, formed millions of years ago, can reach up toward the surface like invisible hands, pulling at your compass needle, drawing it away from true north. Imagine the confusion of watching your trusted compass suddenly begin to behave strangely, its needle wavering more than usual, perhaps pointing in a direction that seems wrong compared to the sun's position or the North Star's location. Some sailors reported their compasses spinning wildly, as if something beneath the waves was calling to them with magnetic force. Of course, you wouldn't know about magnetic anomalies, about the Earth's complex magnetic field, about the iron sleeping in the ocean floor. You would only know that your most trusted instrument, the tool upon which your life depends, has suddenly become unreliable, perhaps even dangerous. The uncertainty weighs on every decision. Every course change becomes a calculated risk. Every mile sailed a small leap of faith. You plot your position as carefully as possible, but always with the knowledge that you might be wrong, that the vast ocean could swallow errors in navigation as easily as it swallows raindrops. And so you learn to read other signs, the color of the water, the flight patterns of seabirds, the shape and direction of clouds on the horizon. These become your backup navigation system, a collection of subtle clues that sailors have relied upon since humans first ventured beyond sight of land. The rhythm of taking readings becomes almost meditative. Check the compass, note the time, observe the wind direction. Record everything in the ship's log with careful, deliberate strokes of the pencil. The repetition is soothing, like a prayer recited at regular intervals, a ritual that maintains order in the face of chaos. But always, underlying every measurement, every calculation, every confident course correction, is the humbling knowledge that you are very small, and the ocean is very large, and the tools you carry, while marvels of human ingenuity are still just fragile attempts to impose certainty on a world that recognizes no such thing. These waters where you sail, where the warm currents of the Gulf of Mexico meet the cooler air masses of the Atlantic. This is a place where storms are born. What begins as a peaceful afternoon, with gentle swells and steady winds, can transform into something far more powerful in the span of a single hour. You first notice it as a darkness on the horizon, not the soft gray of evening approaching, but a wall of deep charcoal clouds building like a mountain range made of vapor. The line between clear sky and storm front is sharp, unnaturally distinct, as if someone has drawn a border between two different worlds. The wind begins to change, not gradually, but with an urgency that makes the sails snap and flutter with new tension. What was once a gentle whisper through the rigging becomes something more insistent, a voice growing louder, more demanding. You can feel the change in air pressure, a subtle heaviness that settles in your chest, makes your ears pop slightly. Watch the surface of the ocean as the storm approaches. The waves that have been rolling gently toward you all day, those familiar companions that have rocked your ship in their steady rhythm. They begin to grow restless. Their tops become white with foam. Their valleys deepen. Their voices change from whispers to murmurs, then to something approaching a roar. When the storm finally reaches you, you understand that you are not fighting a monster. You are simply trying to survive the planet's own breathing, the Earth's way of moving heat and moisture from one place to another. A process that happens to be utterly indifferent to the small wooden vessel caught in its path. The waves no longer caress your ship's hull. They rise like moving mountains, walls of green-black water that lift your entire world and then let it fall into valleys so deep that for moments you lose sight of the horizon entirely. The ship doesn't sail through these waves. It climbs them, crests them, then plummets down their far sides in a motion that makes your stomach float and your knees buckle. Rain doesn't fall in a storm like this. It flies horizontally, driven by winds that scream through the rigging like voices from another world. Each drop strikes your skin like a tiny needle of ice, soaking through your clothes in moments, making everything slippery, treacherous. Your hands, already numb from cold, struggle to maintain their grip on the ropes you need to secure. Everything becomes wet, bitterly cold, hostile to human comfort. The deck runs with water that has nowhere to go, that sloshes from side to side with each roll of the ship, making every step a careful negotiation between balance and momentum. Below deck, water finds its way through seams you never knew existed, dripping steadily into spaces that were dry and safe just hours before. But even when the sky is clear, when no storms threaten your small vessel, there is still an invisible enemy at work beneath you. Deep in the ocean, flowing like a river within the sea itself, moves the Gulf Stream, a current of warm water traveling at speeds that can reach several miles per hour. You cannot see this underwater river, cannot feel its pull directly, but it is there, constant, powerful, patient. If your navigation doesn't account for its influence, it will quietly, almost gently, push your ship dozens, then hundreds of miles off course. You think you are sailing due east, but the stream is carrying you northeast, degree by degree, mile by mile, until you find yourself in waters you never intended to visit. The Gulf Stream is like a moving road beneath the waves, but it is a road you cannot see, cannot step off, cannot ignore. Ships have been carried far from their intended destinations by this invisible force, their crews growing increasingly confused as familiar landmarks fail to appear. As calculations that should be correct prove mysteriously wrong. Beneath your ship, the ocean floor is not the flat, featureless plain you might imagine. It is a landscape as complex and varied as any mountain range on land. Perhaps more so. Underwater volcanoes rise from abyssal depths, their peaks sometimes reaching close enough to the surface to threaten ships that believe they are sailing in deep. Safe water. There are trenches down there, chasms that plunge deeper than any canyon on dry land, places where the ocean floor simply drops away into darkness, so complete that sunlight has never touched it. These underwater canyons create their own weather, generating currents and upwellings that can produce waves unlike anything you've experienced. Waves that seem to come from nowhere, that rise without warning from a sea that moments before was calm. The sea floor shifts and changes, not in human time, but in geological time, the slow breathing of the planet itself. Ancient mountains rise and fall. Continents drift like sleeping giants. And all the while, the ocean above reflects these deep changes in ways that sailors feel but cannot understand. Sometimes, the interaction between underwater geography and surface weather creates phenomena that seem almost supernatural. Waves can converge in patterns that amplify each other, creating single swells of enormous height and power. Rogue waves that tower above their neighbors like liquid skyscrapers, appearing without warning, disappearing just as quickly. These monster waves, born from the marriage of wind and underwater topography, can break a ship in half as easily as you might snap a dry twig. They are not tsunamis, not the result of earthquakes or landslides. They are simply the ocean's arithmetic. Wave upon wave, adding their energies together until something impossibly large, impossibly powerful, rises from the sea. The temperature of the water itself becomes an enemy in these regions, where warm and cold currents meet, where the Gulf Stream brushes against cooler northern waters. The air above becomes unstable, prone to sudden changes, to weather that can shift from calm to violent in the time it takes to adjust a sail. Fog can roll in like a living thing, thick and impenetrable, turning day into a gray twilight where the horizon disappears, where up and down become matters of guesswork, where the sound of your own voice seems muffled, distant, as if the fog is swallowing words before they can travel. In such conditions, navigation becomes pure instinct, a sailor's prayer whispered to whatever gods might be listening. The compass still works, but what good is knowing direction when you cannot see beyond your ship's bow? The stars still shine, but they are hidden behind a ceiling of gray that seems to press down, to compress the world into a sphere no larger than your ship itself. And always, beneath everything, is the simple fact that you are very small, and the ocean is unimaginably vast, and the weather systems that play across its surface operate according to laws that care nothing for human plans, human hopes, human lives. You are not the ocean's enemy. You are simply irrelevant to its calculations. This is the true danger of these waters. Not mystery, not magic, but the raw, indifferent power of a planet that has been perfecting storms, currents, and waves for millions of years before humans ever thought to venture beyond sight of land. And so, one day, your ship simply does not return home. There are no mysterious lights in the sky, no strange humming sounds rising from the depths, no supernatural forces reaching down from other dimensions. There is only the vast indifference of the ocean and the small, fragile nature of human endeavors in the face of forces far greater than ourselves. Perhaps it happens during one of those sudden storms, the kind that builds from nothing into fury in the span of an hour. The wind grows too strong for your sails to handle, the waves too large for your wooden hull to climb. In the darkness, with rain lashing horizontally across the deck, a critical rope snaps, or a sail tears, or the ship simply takes on more water than it can expel. The end, when it comes, is probably quick. A ship can vanish beneath the waves in minutes once the ocean finds its way inside. The wooden hull that has been your home, your protection, your entire world, simply surrenders to the element it has been fighting all along. The sea accepts its offering with the same casual indifference it shows to raindrops, or perhaps the end comes more slowly, more quietly. A small error in navigation, just a few degrees off course, sends you sailing toward empty ocean instead of your intended port. Days pass, then weeks. As your supplies dwindle and the horizon remains stubbornly empty of any familiar landmarks, the water barrels that seemed so full when you departed, they grow lighter each day. The hardtack and salt pork that filled the ship's stores, they are carefully rationed, then desperately hoarded, then simply gone. Thirst becomes a constant companion, then hunger, then a weakness that makes even simple tasks feel impossible. In such circumstances, men make desperate decisions. They might drink seawater, knowing it will drive them mad, but unable to resist the temporary relief it seems to offer. They might see islands where none exist, clouds on the horizon transformed by desperate hope into the promise of salvation that never comes. Sometimes the end comes from fire. That constant danger aboard wooden ships where open flames provide the only light, the only warmth, the only means of cooking food. A lantern knocked over in rough seas, a spark from the galley escaping to find dry sailcloth, a carelessly tended lamp left burning through the night. Fire on a wooden ship is like fire in a forest. It spreads with terrifying speed, consuming everything that has kept you alive. The same wood that protects you from the ocean becomes fuel for flames that give you a choice between burning and drowning, between the devil and the deep blue sea, as sailors used to say. Or perhaps, most likely of all, your ship simply grows old, weary from too many storms, too many years of fighting the ocean's attempts to reclaim the trees from which it was built. Wood rots, rope frays, iron rusts, and eventually, something critical simply fails. A plank, weakened by countless flexings in heavy seas, finally splits, letting the ocean pour through an opening no larger than your fist. But the ocean is patient, persistent, and a small leak becomes a large one. A large one becomes a flood, and a flood becomes the end of everything. No newspaper headlines announce these quiet tragedies. No massive search operations scour the ocean for survivors. There is only, eventually, the growing certainty among families waiting at the harbor that their loved ones will not be coming home. Ships were lost regularly in those days, claimed by weather, by navigation errors, by simple mechanical failure, by the accumulated wear of trying to live on an ocean that was never meant for human habitation. The families learned to watch the horizon with diminishing hope, scanning for familiar sails that grow smaller in their expectations each day. Eventually, they stop watching altogether. They accept what the ocean has decided, what the weather has determined, what simple probability has calculated. These were not mysterious disappearances requiring supernatural explanation. They were, tragically, utterly ordinary events. The price paid for commerce, for exploration, for the human desire to travel beyond the safe boundaries of land. Every port town knew this price. Every sailor's family understood it. Every merchant accepted it as part of the cost of doing business on the water. The ocean kept its dead, as it always has, no elaborate funeral rites, no marked graves, just the quiet understanding that some who ventured out would become part of the sea itself, their stories ending not with drama or mystery, but with the simple, inevitable surrender of human ambition to natural forces before any legend was born, before any triangle was drawn on any map, before any writer coined a phrase that would capture imaginations around the world. There was simply this truth: the ocean was dangerous, travel was uncertain, and ships were lost, regularly, predictably, sadly. Now, let those waves that claimed so many, let them gently carry you away from that wooden ship, away from those dangerous waters, toward a place of greater safety. A quiet room filled with books and lamplight, where a different kind of story is about to begin. Feel yourself drifting, floating away from the salt spray and creaking timbers, toward the soft whisper of turning pages, the gentle scratch of a pen on paper, where someone is about to create a legend from fragments of truth, weaving mystery from the ordinary tragedy of lives lost at sea. Chapter 2. The Birth of a Legend. Vincent Gaddis and His Quiet Revolution Now. Drift with me away from those dangerous waters, away from the salt spray and wooden ships, and let yourself float gently into a different kind of space entirely. We're moving forward in time now, to the year 1964, to a quiet room in a house where the most dangerous thing is probably a cup of coffee growing cold beside a stack of papers. Picture yourself settling into the corner of a modest study, perhaps in a middle-class neighborhood where the houses are close enough together that you can hear your neighbor's radio playing softly through thin walls. This is not a grand office, not an imposing library filled with leather-bound volumes, but the working space of an ordinary man who is about to do something extraordinary. The room smells of cigarette smoke and old paper, of coffee that has been reheated too many times, of the musty scent that clings to books and magazines that have been handled. Read and reread until their pages are soft as fabric. Somewhere, a window is cracked open just enough to let in the distant sounds of suburban life. Children playing in a yard nearby, a lawnmower puttering across grass, the occasional car passing with its radio playing music that drifts and fades. Vincent Gaddis sits at a wooden desk that has seen better days, its surface scarred by years of use, ring-stained from countless cups and glasses, scattered with the tools of a writer who makes his living with words. His typewriter, an Underwood from the 1940s, sits slightly off-center, its keys worn smooth by millions of careful strikes. Listen to the gentle rhythm as he types, not the rapid fire of someone racing against deadline, but the thoughtful pace of a man choosing his words carefully. Each letter strikes the paper with a small, metallic percussion, creating a rhythm as steady and soothing as rain on a roof. Between words, he pauses, lifts his hands from the keys, and the room fills with the softer sounds of thinking. The papers scattered across his desk tell the story of months of research, of careful investigation into reports that most people would dismiss as fantasy. Here, a yellowed newspaper clipping from 1945, reporting the disappearance of Flight 19. 5 Navy bombers that vanished during a training exercise. There, a Coast Guard report, typed on official letterhead, describing a merchant vessel that simply stopped responding to radio calls. Each document represents a small tragedy, a mystery that families and friends carried in their hearts for years. But here, in this quiet room, these individual sorrows are being transformed into something else, something larger, a pattern that Vincent Gaddis believes he can see emerging from the scattered facts. His coffee cup, white ceramic with a small chip on the handle, sits within easy reach, half full of liquid that has grown lukewarm while he worked. Beside it, an ashtray holds the remains of several cigarettes, their ashes gray and cold, evidence of hours spent in contemplation. The smoke has long since cleared, but its ghost lingers in the fabric of the curtains, in the pages of the open books. The walls around him are lined with cheap bookshelves, the kind you might find in any middle-class home of the era. But these shelves hold an unusual collection. Volumes on maritime history, books about unexplained phenomena, collections of newspaper clippings carefully organized in manila folders. The titles visible on their spines suggest a mind fascinated by the edges of human knowledge. the places where certainty gives way to mystery. On the floor beside his chair, more folders rest in neat stacks, each one labeled in his careful handwriting. Disappearances 1940-1950. Coast Guard reports, naval incidents. The bureaucratic language of official reports transformed into the raw material of wonder. A desk lamp with a flexible neck casts a pool of warm light across his work area, creating an island of illumination in the growing dusk outside. The bulb hums very softly, a sound so constant it becomes part of the room's silence, part of the atmosphere of concentration and careful thought. Vincent himself. He is not an imposing figure. Medium height, thinning hair, combed carefully to one side. Glasses that reflect the light from his desk lamp when he tilts his head to read. His clothes are the uniform of a working writer. A comfortable shirt, sleeves rolled up, a tie loosened but not removed. The attire of someone who takes his work seriously but doesn't need to impress anyone while doing it. His hands. They are the hands of someone who has spent his life with paper and ink. His fingertips are slightly stained with typewriter ribbon. His knuckles bear the small scars that come from years of handling paper and staples and all the sharp-edged tools of research. When he reaches for a document, his movements are economical, practiced, the gestures of someone comfortable in his workspace. The silence in the room is not empty. It is full of thinking, of connections being made, of ideas taking shape like sculptures emerging from stone. You can almost hear the gears turning in his mind as he reads, considers, compares one report to another, looking for the common threads that might tie these scattered incidents together. Outside, the day is slowly transitioning toward evening. The light coming through his window grows softer, more golden, casting longer shadows across the papers on his desk. Soon, he will need to rely entirely on his desk lamp. But for now, natural light still mingles with artificial, creating a gentle illumination that makes the whole room feel suspended between day and night. This is the moment, this quiet hour in this ordinary room, when legend begins to take shape, not in some dramatic flash of inspiration, not in a moment of supernatural revelation, but in the patient, methodical work of a man who believes that scattered facts might add up to something significant. The typewriter waits, loaded with a fresh sheet of paper, ready to receive the words that will change how people think about a particular patch of ocean. The research has been done. The reports have been read and compared. The pattern has begun to emerge in Vincent's mind. Now comes the most important part, the translation of facts into story, of individual tragedies into a larger narrative that will capture imaginations around the world. In this quiet room, surrounded by the comfortable clutter of research and reflection. Vincent Gaddis is about to coin a phrase that will outlive him. He takes a slow sip of his lukewarm coffee, settles his hands on the typewriter keys, and begins to create a mystery that will endure for decades. The words he is about to type will transform a collection of unrelated incidents into something that feels like destiny, like pattern, like meaning. And perhaps most remarkably, he will do it all from this modest room, with nothing more than careful observation, thoughtful writing, and the simple power of giving something a name. Vincent's research began not with grand theories, but with patience. Month after month, he had been collecting fragments, small pieces of a puzzle that most people never thought to assemble. Each newspaper clipping, each official report, each eyewitness account was carefully read, considered, and filed away in his methodical system. Watch him now as he spreads several documents across his desk, creating a timeline that stretches back nearly 2 decades. His movements are deliberate, almost ritualistic. As he arranges the papers in chronological order, the soft whisper of paper against paper, the gentle rustle as he moves each document into place. These sounds create their own quiet rhythm in the still room. Here, dated December 5th, 1945, is the report that started it all. Flight 19, 5 Navy Avenger torpedo bombers, had taken off from Fort Lauderdale for a routine training mission. The weather was clear, the pilots experienced, the aircraft in perfect condition. They should have returned in a few hours, but they simply vanished. Vincent runs his finger along the typed lines of the official report, feeling the slight indentations where the typewriter keys struck the paper nearly 20 years ago. The language is dry, bureaucratic, carefully neutral. But between the lines, he can sense the confusion, the growing concern, the eventual acceptance that these 5 aircraft and their 14 crew members had simply disappeared. The radio transcripts tell a strange story, fragments of communication that grow increasingly confused, increasingly desperate. Everything is wrong, strange. We can't be sure of any direction. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should. These are the last recorded words from Flight 19, transmitted into the void and preserved now on Vincent's desk like pressed flowers in a book. But Flight 19 was not alone in the files Vincent had assembled. Here, a merchant vessel called the SS Cyclops vanished in 1918 while carrying a cargo of manganese ore. No distress signal, no wreckage ever found, no explanation that satisfied the families who waited at port for a ship that would never arrive. The pattern begins to emerge as Vincent arranges more documents, more reports, more mysteries. Each incident is separated by months, sometimes years, but they all share certain characteristics: aircraft or ships, departing from southeastern ports, heading into the Atlantic, and then silence. Listen to the soft scratch of his pencil as he marks locations on a chart spread beside his typewriter. Each mark represents a life or lives. That ended in questions rather than answers. The marks cluster in a rough triangle, bounded by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, forming a shape that seems to reach up from the map like a geometric ghost. Vincent pauses in his work, removes his glasses, and rubs his tired eyes. The desk lamp casts harsh shadows across his face, emphasizing the concentration. The weight of responsibility he feels in handling these stories. Each document represents someone's child, someone's spouse, someone's hopes that simply ended without explanation. The coffee in his cup has grown completely cold now, a thin film forming on its surface like ice on a winter pond. But he doesn't notice, doesn't reach for it. His attention is completely absorbed by the puzzle taking shape before him. The connections he is beginning to see between incidents that previous investigators had treated as unrelated. The room grows quieter as evening settles outside, as if the world itself is holding its breath while Vincent works. The distant sounds of suburban life, children playing, dogs barking, cars passing, all fade into a gentle background whisper that seems to emphasize the importance of what is happening in this small study. From a manila folder marked Weather Reports, Vincent extracts meteorological data for each of the disappearance dates. Clear skies, calm seas, perfect conditions for flying or sailing. These were not vessels lost to storms, not aircraft brought down by weather. They had vanished under circumstances that should have guaranteed their safety. His typewriter sits ready, a fresh sheet of paper curled around the roller, waiting for the words that will transform these individual tragedies into something larger, something that will capture the imagination of readers around the world. But Vincent is not ready to begin writing yet. First, he must be certain of his facts, must verify every detail, must build a foundation solid enough to support the extraordinary claim he is about to make. The scratch of his pencil on paper becomes a meditation, a quiet rhythm that helps him think. He draws lines connecting incidents, creates categories, looks for patterns that might explain why this particular patch of ocean seems to claim so many vessels. But the more he studies, the more mysterious it becomes. Late into the evening, as the sounds outside his window based almost nothing, Vincent finally sets down his pencil and looks at what he has assembled. Dozens of incidents, hundreds of lives, a pattern that defies easy explanation, spread across his desk like evidence in some vast, cosmic crime scene. The silence in the room is profound now, broken only by the soft hum of his desk lamp and the distant tick of a clock somewhere in the house. This is the moment when research transforms into story, when facts become legend, when a collection of tragedies becomes a mystery that will endure for generations. Vincent rolls a fresh sheet of paper into his typewriter, adjusts the lamp to cast better light across the keys, and takes a deep breath. In a few moments, he will begin typing words that will change how people think about the ocean, about mystery, about the limits of human understanding. The first sentence, when it comes, will be simple, direct, but it will carry within it the weight of all his research, all his careful thought, all the stories of lives lost without explanation. And somewhere in that article, he will use a phrase that has never been written before, two words that will bind these scattered incidents together forever. Bermuda Triangle. The keys of the Underwood typewriter feel cool beneath Vincent's fingertips as he begins. Each letter strikes the paper with that familiar metallic percussion, the sound of thoughts becoming words, of ideas taking physical form in black ink on white paper. The deadly Bermuda Triangle. He stops, studies the words he has just typed. Something about them feels significant. Not just a title for an article, but a baptism. The moment when scattered incidents and unrelated mysteries become unified under a single name. The phrase seems to pulse on the page, as if it has been waiting all along to be discovered rather than invented. Listen to the rhythm of his typing as he continues. Not fast, not urgent, but steady and deliberate. Each word is chosen carefully, weighed for its impact, its accuracy, its ability to convey both the facts he has assembled and the mystery that surrounds them. The sound fills the quiet room like a heartbeat, like the ticking of some great clock measuring the birth of legend. Within this roughly triangular area, known to airmen as the Hoodoo Sea, a number of ships and aircraft have mysteriously vanished. The phrase Hoodoo Sea pleases him. He had found it in an old aviator's memoir, a casual reference that suggested pilots had been aware of something unusual about this region long before anyone thought to give it a proper name. Now, woven into his careful prose, it adds authenticity, the weight of lived experience rather than mere speculation. Vincent pauses in his typing, reaches for his coffee cup, realizes it has grown stone cold, and sets it aside without drinking. His concentration is complete now. Total. As if the room and everything in it has faded except for the typewriter, the paper, and the story taking shape beneath his hands. The facts flow onto the page in careful order. Flight 19 first, because it is the most documented, the most thoroughly investigated, the most impossible to dismiss as mere accident or pilot error. The radio transcripts speak for themselves. Confusion where there should have been certainty. Disorientation in clear weather over familiar waters. Then the ships. The SS Cyclops, the marine sulfur queen, the MV Joyita, each disappearance carefully documented, each mystery preserved in the dry language of official reports that Vincent now transforms into something more compelling, more human. He doesn't sensationalize, doesn't exaggerate, but he allows the strangeness of the facts to speak for themselves. The desk lamp creates a pool of warm light that seems to separate Vincent's workspace from the rest of the world, as if he is working in a small theater where the only performance is the careful assembly of words, the patient construction of narrative from fragments of truth. Outside, the night has settled completely, and the window reflects his own image back at him. A ghostly figure bent over a typewriter, creating something that will outlive him. As he types, Vincent can feel the power of what he is doing, the way that giving something a name, especially a memorable name, changes how people think about it before tonight. These incidents were separate tragedies, unconnected mysteries that families and investigators dealt with individually, but now, united under the title Bermuda Triangle, they become something larger, a pattern, a phenomenon, a mystery that demands explanation. The phrase itself has a perfect balance. Bermuda lends it geographical specificity, scientific respectability. Triangle suggests geometric precision, mathematical certainty. Together, they make the mysterious sound almost official, as if the strangeness of this patch of ocean has been recognized and cataloged by some invisible authority. Vincent's typing rhythm changes slightly as he reaches the heart of his article, the place where he must transform careful research into compelling narrative without losing the thread of truthfulness that makes his work credible. Each sentence is a balancing act, mysterious enough to capture attention, factual enough to withstand scrutiny. The question naturally arises, what is there about this particular slice of the world's surface that appears to be lethal to aircraft and surface craft? The question hangs in the air of the quiet room like smoke, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. Vincent doesn't claim to know the solution, doesn't offer wild theories or supernatural explanations. Instead, he does something more powerful. He acknowledges the mystery, gives it shape and substance, and invites readers to wonder along with him. His typewriter ribbon is beginning to fade slightly. The letters not quite as dark as they were at the beginning of the evening. But Vincent doesn't stop to change it, doesn't want to break the flow of concentration that has carried him this far. The slightly grayer text seems appropriate somehow, as if the words themselves are emerging from shadow, from the uncertain space between fact and legend. The article grows longer, more detailed, as Vincent weaves together weather patterns, magnetic anomalies, the complex currents that flow through this region. He doesn't dismiss natural explanations, but he shows how even the most scientific theories fail to account for all the strangeness, all the perfect conditions under which these disappearances occurred. Near midnight, as the house around him settles into complete silence, Vincent types the final paragraph of his article, the last sentences, the conclusion that will send readers out into the world carrying a new concept, a new way of thinking about mystery and the limits of human understanding. The Bermuda Triangle, for want of a better name, is still claiming victims in the space age as it has since the beginning of recorded history in that area. He stops typing, lets his hands rest on the desk beside the typewriter, and reads what he has written. Tomorrow, this article will be submitted to Argosy magazine, where it will be read by thousands of people who have never heard the phrase Bermuda Triangle before. But after reading Vincent's careful, compelling prose, they will carry those words with them, share them with friends, use them to organize their own thoughts about mystery and the unknown. In this quiet room, at this late hour, Vincent Gaddis has done something remarkable. He has taken a collection of tragedies and transformed them into a legend, not through exaggeration or fiction, but through the simple, powerful act of recognition, of seeing a pattern and giving it a name that will stick in human memory like a song. The Bermuda Triangle, born in a modest study, typed on fading ribbon, is about to begin its long journey into the collective imagination of the world. 3 weeks later, Vincent's carefully typed pages arrive at the offices of Argosy magazine in New York City, carried in a manila envelope that bears the slight coffee stain where Vincent's cup left its mark on his desk. The article travels from that quiet suburban study into the bustling machinery of mid-60s publishing, where editorial decisions are made over lunch, where the fate of ideas hangs on whether they can capture attention in a crowded marketplace of stories. Picture the Argosy offices, not the sleek glass towers of modern media companies, but the cluttered, smoke-filled workspace of a magazine that specialized in adventure stories and unexplained mysteries. Desks piled high with manuscripts, typewriters chattering from multiple workstations. The constant hum of activity that surrounded the creation of popular magazines in an era when print was still king. The editor who first reads Vincent's submission. His name is lost to history now, but imagine him settling into his chair with a cup of coffee and a stack of unsolicited manuscripts. Most of what crosses his desk will be rejected, returned with polite form letters to writers who will never see their words in print. But Vincent's article, with its careful research and compelling central concept, is different. The Deadly Bermuda Triangle. The title alone suggests something special, something that might make readers pause at a newsstand, might make them choose Argosy over the dozen other magazines competing for their attention. in the economics of magazine publishing, in the constant battle for circulation. A memorable phrase like Bermuda Triangle is worth its weight in subscription renewals. The decision to publish Vincent's article is probably made quickly, casually, over coffee, or during a brief editorial meeting. No one realizes they are about to unleash a concept that will outlive the magazine itself, that will spawn thousands of books, movies, television shows, documentaries. They see only a well-written article about maritime mysteries, the kind of content their readers expect and enjoy. When Argosy hits the newsstands in February of 1964, Vincent's article occupies just a few pages among stories about adventure, mystery, and the unexplained. The magazine's colorful cover promises tales of excitement and wonder, and buried within those pages, the Bermuda Triangle makes its public debut. But Vincent's contribution goes largely unnoticed at first. Just another interesting story in a magazine full of interesting stories. Readers flip through. Some pause at his article. Some read it completely. But most move on to other things. The phrase Bermuda Triangle enters the world quietly, without fanfare, like a seed planted in fertile ground that will not show its true nature for months to come. Yet something about Vincent's concept possesses a strange vitality, a capacity for growth that even he could not have predicted. Readers who encounter the phrase remember it, carry it with them, repeat it in conversations. Bermuda Triangle has the perfect combination of mystery, specificity, and memorability that makes ideas spread from person to person like whispered secrets. Over the following months, other writers begin to notice Vincent's work, to build upon his research, to expand the concept he introduced. The Bermuda Triangle becomes a framework, a lens through which to view other unexplained disappearances, other maritime mysteries. What began as Vincent's careful documentation of specific incidents gradually transforms into something larger, more mythic. Library researchers seeking articles about unexplained phenomena discover Vincent's piece, copy it, reference it, use it as a starting point for their own investigations. The concept spreads through the network of writers, researchers, and enthusiasts who specialize in mysteries and unexplained events, growing and evolving with each retelling in coffee shops and barber shops, at dinner tables and office water coolers. People begin to use the phrase Bermuda Triangle to describe any situation that seems mysteriously threatening, any place where things tend to disappear or go wrong. The term escapes its original maritime context, becomes a metaphor, a shorthand for mystery itself. Vincent, back in his quiet study, occasionally receives letters from readers who discovered his article, who want to share their own theories, their own encounters with unexplained phenomena. These letters, carefully handwritten on personal stationery, represent the early stirrings of what will become a global fascination with the concept he named. But the real explosion of interest is still years away, waiting for other writers to seize upon Vincent's basic concept and expand it, dramatize it, transform it from careful journalism into popular mythology. For now, the Bermuda Triangle exists primarily in the pages of Argosy and in the memories of its readers, a mystery with a memorable name waiting for its moment to capture the broader imagination. The magazine itself, with its colorful covers and adventure stories, sits on newsstands for a few weeks, then disappears into the recycling bins and personal collections where old magazines go to die. But Vincent's idea, his careful phrase, his methodical documentation, these survive, spread, take on lives of their own. In the great ecosystem of human ideas, some concepts flourish, while others fade into obscurity. Vincent's Bermuda Triangle possesses the rare combination of elements that allow certain ideas to thrive. Mystery enough to capture imagination, specificity enough to seem credible, and memorability enough to stick in human consciousness like a song you can't stop humming. From its humble beginning in a suburban study, through its modest debut in an adventure magazine, the Bermuda Triangle has begun its journey toward becoming one of the most recognizable mystery concepts in the world. But this transformation, this evolution from careful research to popular legend, will require the work of many other hands, many other minds. Building upon the foundation that Vincent Gaddis constructed with such patient care, the seed has been planted, the name has been given, the mystery has been recognized and defined. Now it begins its slow, inexorable growth into legend. Chapter 3: The Next Generation. Charles Berlitz and the Mystery Industry. Let time carry you forward another decade. From Vincent Gaddis's modest study in 1964 to a very different kind of workspace in the early 1970s. Here, in a comfortable home where success has provided space for ambition, Charles Berlitz sits surrounded by the tools of a different kind of writer. One who understands not just how to research, but how to sell. The room feels larger than Vincent's cramped study, more organized, more professional. This is the workspace of someone who has made writing into a business, who approaches mystery not just as a puzzle to be solved, but as a product to be marketed. The air here carries different scents, not the smell of old coffee and cigarette smoke, but the crisp odor of fresh paper, new books, the machinery of successful publishing. Charles himself is a different sort of figure than the modest researcher who first named the triangle, where Vincent was careful, methodical, almost scholarly in his approach. Charles possesses the confidence of someone born into a family that built an empire from words. The Berlitz name carries weight in the world of language and learning. And Charles has inherited not just the family business, but its understanding of how ideas can be packaged and sold to eager audiences. Watch him as he moves through his study, not with the hesitant steps of someone exploring unknown territory, but with the assured stride of someone who knows exactly what he wants to accomplish. His hands, when he reaches for a book or a manuscript, move with practiced efficiency. These are the hands of someone who has spent his life handling words, shaping them, transforming them into products that people will buy. The desk where Charles works is larger than Vincent's. Its surface not cluttered with research materials, but organized into neat stacks, each pile representing a different aspect of the project he is developing. Here, a stack of Vincent Gaddis's original article, photocopied multiple times, annotated with notes in Charles's careful handwriting. There, a collection of newspaper clippings that expand far beyond Vincent's original research, stretching the concept of the Bermuda Triangle to include incidents that previous investigators might have considered unrelated. The difference in approach is immediately visible in the materials scattered across Charles's workspace, where Vincent collected Coast Guard reports and naval documents, official sources that carried the weight of bureaucratic authority. Charles has gathered stories from a much wider net: tabloid newspapers, popular magazines, personal accounts that might not stand up to rigorous investigation, but that possess something perhaps more valuable in the world of popular publishing: dramatic impact. On one corner of the desk, a stack of books represents Charles's research into the broader world of unexplained phenomena. Chariots of the Gods by Eric von Däniken, The Morning of the Magicians by Lewis Pauwels, Atlantis, The Antediluvian World by Ignatius Donnelly. These are not the careful, academic sources that Vincent preferred, but books that have captured popular imagination, that have shown there is a vast audience hungry for mystery, for explanations that go beyond the mundane. The typewriter on Charles's desk is newer than Vincent's aging Underwood, an electric model that hums softly when turned on, that produces letters with crisp, uniform precision. The sound it makes when Charles types is different too, not the mechanical percussion of manual keys, but a smoother, more efficient whisper that speaks of modern technology, of production rather than contemplation. The room itself reflects Charles's different relationship with his subject matter. The bookshelves hold not just research materials, but finished products, published books that represent successful ventures into the world of popular mystery. Charles understands something that Vincent, for all his careful research, perhaps did not fully grasp: that in the marketplace of ideas, presentation matters as much as content. that the way a story is told can be more important than whether every detail is absolutely, verifiably true. Near the window, a comfortable reading chair sits beside a small table stacked with magazines, not just academic journals or historical publications, but popular magazines that catered to audiences fascinated by the unexplained. Fate Magazine, Beyond, Psychic. Publications that exist in the growing ecosystem of mystery and wonder that has emerged in the wake of the 1960s, when traditional certainties began to crumble and people started looking for explanations that science could not provide. The afternoon light streaming through that window illuminates dust motes that dance in the air like tiny spirits, creating an atmosphere that feels conducive to imagination, to the kind of creative thinking that transforms careful research into compelling narrative. This is not the harsh, focused light of Vincent's desk lamp, but softer, more diffuse illumination that encourages broader thinking, more expansive vision. Charles moves through this space with the confidence of someone who has found his calling, who has discovered the perfect intersection between his talents and the market's desires. He understands that the 1970s represent a unique moment in American culture, a time when audiences are hungry for alternatives to conventional wisdom, when books about ancient astronauts and lost civilizations can become bestsellers, when mystery itself has become a commodity. The phone on his desk rings occasionally, editors calling about deadlines, publishers interested in his progress, agents discussing marketing strategies. These conversations, brief but purposeful, remind us that Charles operates in a different world than Vincent did, a world where writing about mystery is not just a matter of research and reflection, but a business that requires attention to markets, audiences, timing. On the wall behind his desk, a map of the Atlantic Ocean has been mounted and marked with pins, each one representing a reported disappearance or strange incident. The pattern that emerges is much more extensive than Vincent's original triangle, expanding the boundaries of mystery to include incidents from a much wider area, a much longer time span. This is not necessarily dishonesty, but it represents a different approach to evidence, a willingness to include incidents that increase the drama of the story, even if their connection to the original mystery is tenuous. The silence in Charles's study is different from the contemplative quiet of Vincent's room. Here, the silence feels expectant, pregnant with possibilities, the kind of silence that precedes not just careful thought, but creative explosion. Charles is not just researching the Bermuda Triangle. He is reimagining it, transforming it from Vincent's careful documentation into something larger, more dramatic, more marketable. As evening approaches and the light from the window grows softer, Charles settles into his work with the satisfaction of someone who knows he is creating something significant, something that will capture attention, something that will sell. The book he is planning will not just expand upon Vincent's original concept, it will transform it, turning the Bermuda Triangle from a maritime mystery into a cultural phenomenon. In this comfortable room, surrounded by the tools of successful authorship, Charles Berlitz is about to do something remarkable. He will take Vincent's careful seed and grow it into a legend that will capture the imagination of the entire world. Charles understands something fundamental about the transformation of ideas into cultural phenomena. That facts, no matter how carefully researched, are only the beginning. What matters is not just what happened, but how the story is told, how the mystery is presented, how the audience is invited to participate in the wonder. Watch him as he works with Vincent's original material, not discarding it, but expanding it, amplifying it, adding layers of drama and possibility that Vincent's careful scholarly approach had left unexplored. Where Vincent listed incidents, Charles creates narratives. Where Vincent documented disappearances, Charles constructs a mythology. The process begins with the boundaries themselves. Vincent's original triangle, defined by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, was a modest shape, a relatively small patch of ocean where several unexplained incidents had occurred. But Charles sees immediately that such geographic limitations are limiting. Why restrict the mystery to such arbitrary boundaries when the ocean itself recognizes no such artificial constraints? His pen moves across the Atlantic chart mounted on his wall, extending the triangle's borders, incorporating incidents from a much wider area, a ship lost near the Bahamas, an aircraft that vanished off the coast of South Carolina, a yacht that disappeared near Bermuda, but slightly outside Vincent's original boundaries. All become part of the expanded mystery, the larger pattern that Charles is constructing. This is not deception, exactly, but it represents a fundamentally different relationship with evidence, where Vincent had been constrained by the careful standards of research, by the need to establish clear connections between incidents. Charles operates under the more flexible standards of popular entertainment, where suggestion can be as powerful as proof, where possibility matters more than certainty. His typewriter hums as he transforms individual tragedies into elements of a larger cosmic puzzle. The crew of Flight 19. Those 14 men who vanished in 1945 become not just victims of navigation error or mechanical failure, but players in a drama that transcends ordinary explanation. Their confusion, their disorientation, their final radio messages, All are woven into a narrative that suggests forces beyond human understanding. The room fills with the steady rhythm of his typing as Charles develops themes that Vincent had only hinted at. The possibility of magnetic anomalies becomes a discussion of forces unknown to science. Weather phenomena become suggestions of atmospheric disturbances that might open doorways to other dimensions. Navigation errors become evidence of something that actively interferes with human technology. Charles's expansion of the mystery is methodical, systematic, but guided by principles very different from Vincent's academic approach. Where Vincent had been content to document and question, Charles seeks to amaze, to entertain, to create an experience for his readers that goes beyond mere information. He understands that people don't just want to know about the Bermuda Triangle. They want to feel its mystery, to experience its wonder. The phone calls that interrupt his work throughout the day provide glimpses into the commercial machinery that will soon carry his expanded vision to audiences around the world. Publishers excited about the project, editors suggesting ways to heighten the drama, marketing executives discussing cover designs that will catch the eye of browsers and bookstores. All of this represents infrastructure that Vincent never had access to. The machinery of modern publishing that can transform a single idea into a cultural phenomenon. As Charles works, he draws inspiration from the broader cultural moment in which he finds himself. The 1970s represent a time of questioning, of skepticism toward authority, of openness to alternatives to conventional wisdom. The same cultural forces that make bestsellers of books about ancient astronauts and pyramid power create a perfect audience for an expanded, dramatized version of the Bermuda Triangle mystery. His research expands beyond maritime records and Coast Guard reports to include sources that Vincent might have considered unreliable. Psychic investigators, amateur researchers, witnesses whose accounts might not stand up to rigorous scrutiny, but who add human drama to the technical details of disappearances. Charles understands that readers connect with stories, not statistics, with wonder rather than data. The book that takes shape under his hands becomes something qualitatively different from Vincent's original article. Where Vincent had been content to pose questions, Charles provides answers, or at least suggestions of answers that involve forces and phenomena that mainstream science has yet to acknowledge. Atlantis, extraterrestrial visitation, electromagnetic anomalies, time warps, dimensional portals, all become part of the expanded mythology. This transformation represents more than just the difference between careful journalism and popular entertainment. It reflects a fundamental shift in how mystery itself is conceived and presented. Vincent had approached the Bermuda Triangle as a puzzle to be solved through careful investigation. Charles approaches it as an experience to be created, a wonder to be shared, a product to be refined until it achieves maximum impact on its intended audience. The afternoon light in his study gradually fades as Charles continues his work, typing steadily, occasionally pausing to consult his notes or to consider how a particular incident might be presented for maximum dramatic effect. The dust motes that dance in the window light seem almost appropriate. Tiny mysteries suspended in the air, visible manifestations of the larger mysteries that Charles is weaving into his expanding narrative. As evening approaches, Charles knows that he is creating something that will outlive his own research, his own career, perhaps his own life. The Bermuda Triangle that emerges from his typewriter will be different from Vincent's original conception. Larger, more dramatic, more mysterious, but also more divorced from the careful documentation that gave Vincent's work its scholarly credibility. Yet Charles feels no guilt about this transformation, no sense that he is betraying Vincent's original vision. He understands that ideas, like living things, must evolve to survive, must adapt to their environment, must change to capture the attention of audiences who have countless other mysteries, other wonders, other entertainments competing for their time and money. In this comfortable study, surrounded by the tools of successful authorship, Charles Berlitz is transforming the Bermuda Triangle from a maritime mystery into a modern myth, a process that will soon carry Vincent's careful phrase into the consciousness of millions of people around the world. The manuscript that emerges from Charles's typewriter over the following months is substantial, comprehensive, ambitious in ways that Vincent's original article never attempted to be. Page after page of carefully crafted narrative, each chapter building upon the last, each incident woven into a tapestry of mystery that extends far beyond the boundaries of careful research into the realm of popular mythology. Charles has learned from the success of other mystery writers, other authors who have tapped into the public's hunger for alternatives to conventional explanation. His prose carries the authority of research, the excitement of discovery, the promise that readers are about to be let in on secrets that mainstream science refuses to acknowledge. The title he chooses reflects his understanding of marketing as much as mystery. The Bermuda Triangle. Simple, direct, impossible to forget. Where Vincent had used the phrase as part of a longer title, The Deadly Bermuda Triangle. Charles understands that sometimes less is more, that the most powerful concepts are those that can be expressed in the fewest words. His publisher, Doubleday, recognizes immediately that they have something special. The manuscript arrives at their offices not as an unsolicited submission from an unknown writer, but as a carefully developed project from an author with an established reputation, a family name that carries weight in the world of publishing. The Berlitz language empire has taught Charles how ideas travel, how concepts spread, how to reach audiences hungry for what he has to offer. The editing process transforms Charles's manuscript into something even more powerful, more focused, more likely to capture and hold reader attention. Professional editors, skilled in the craft of popular nonfiction, help refine the narrative, strengthen the connections between incidents, amplify the sense of mystery without losing the thread of credibility that makes the whole enterprise believable. Cover design becomes a crucial element in the book's eventual success. The image chosen, a stylized map showing the triangle's location, aircraft and ships disappearing into mysterious blue depths, conveys everything a potential reader needs to know about the book's contents in a single glance. This is not academic research, not dry documentation, but adventure, mystery, wonder, accessible to anyone willing to open the cover. When the Bermuda Triangle appears in bookstores in 1974, it enters a cultural landscape perfectly prepared for its message. The 1970s represent a unique moment in American history, a time when traditional authorities have lost credibility, when people are actively seeking alternatives to conventional wisdom, when books about unexplained phenomena can become cultural events rather than mere publishing curiosities. The book's success is immediate, dramatic, unprecedented for a work about maritime mysteries. Within weeks of publication, it appears on bestseller lists, not in the small, specialized categories where books about unexplained phenomena usually languish, but in the mainstream rankings alongside novels and celebrity biographies, competing directly with the most popular books of the era. Charles watches this success unfold from his comfortable study, fielding phone calls from television producers, radio show hosts, magazine editors, all eager to interview the man who has introduced millions of people to one of the most compelling mysteries of the modern world. The Bermuda Triangle has become more than a book. It has become a phenomenon, a cultural touchstone, a concept that people use to organize their thinking about mystery itself. The interviews that follow publication reveal Charles's skill at presenting complex ideas in accessible language, at making the mysterious seem both credible and exciting. Television audiences see a confident, articulate author who can discuss electromagnetic anomalies and dimensional portals with equal facility, who makes the impossible seem not just possible, but probable. Sales figures exceed everyone's expectations. Publisher, author, distributors, bookstore owners all find themselves surprised by the public's hunger for this particular kind of mystery. The book remains on bestseller lists for months, selling hundreds of thousands of copies, then millions, becoming one of the most successful nonfiction books of the decade. But success brings its own complications. Academic researchers, maritime historians, Coast Guard officials all begin to scrutinize Charles's claims more carefully, to question the connections he has drawn, to challenge the evidence he has assembled. The careful documentation that Vincent had insisted upon becomes a liability when subjected to rigorous investigation, when experts demand proof rather than suggestion, certainty rather than possibility. Charles handles these challenges with the skill of someone who understands that popular success creates its own authority, that millions of satisfied readers represent a kind of validation that academic criticism cannot easily dismiss. He appears on television shows, participates in debates, defends his research while acknowledging that some mysteries may be beyond current scientific understanding. The cultural impact of Charles's book extends far beyond the sales figures, impressive as they are. Bermuda Triangle becomes a phrase that people use in everyday conversation, a metaphor for any situation where things mysteriously disappear or go wrong. The concept enters popular culture through movies, television shows, magazine articles, becoming a permanent part of the landscape of modern mystery. Publishers, recognizing the success of Charles's approach, begin to seek out other mystery writers, other authors who can transform unexplained phenomena into best-selling books. An entire industry grows up around the concept of popular mystery, of entertainment that educates while it amazes, of books that offer wonder rather than mere information. In his study, surrounded by evidence of his success, Charles reflects on what he has accomplished. He has taken Vincent's careful seed and grown it into something that reaches millions of people, that captures imaginations, that adds a sense of wonder to lives that might otherwise be dominated by routine and certainty. Whether every detail is absolutely, verifiably true becomes less important than the larger truth that the world still contains mysteries, that human knowledge has limits, that there are still places where wonder can flourish. The Bermuda Triangle that emerges from Charles's work is different from Vincent's original conception. Larger, more dramatic, more entertaining, but it serves a similar function. It reminds people that despite all our scientific advances, all our technological achievements, all our confidence in human understanding, there are still questions without answers, still mysteries that resist explanation, still places where the unknown reaches into the known world and reminds us how little we really understand about the planet we inhabit. From Vincent's careful documentation to Charles's popular phenomenon, the Bermuda Triangle has completed its transformation from research to legend, from mystery to myth, from question to cultural icon that will influence how people think about the ocean, about mystery, about the limits of human knowledge for generations to come. Years later, as Charles sits in that same comfortable study, surrounded by the evidence of what his book has accomplished, he can reflect on the remarkable transformation he has witnessed. The Bermuda Triangle that exists in popular consciousness now bears only a passing resemblance to the careful mystery that Vincent Gaddis first documented. It has become something larger, more powerful, more influential, but also more distant from the specific tragedies that inspired its creation. The success of his book has spawned an entire industry of mystery and wonder. Bookstore shelves that once carried only a few volumes about unexplained phenomena now feature entire sections devoted to such topics. Television producers commission documentaries about the triangle. Movie studios develop scripts that transform maritime mysteries into entertainment spectacles. Magazine publishers create entire publications devoted to exploring the boundaries between known and unknown. This proliferation represents both triumph and tragedy, both the democratization of wonder and the commercialization of mystery. Charles has succeeded in bringing the concept of the Bermuda Triangle to millions of people who might never have encountered Vincent's original research. But in the process, the careful documentation that gave the mystery its credibility has been diluted, sometimes lost entirely. Listen to how people talk about the Bermuda Triangle now, in casual conversation, in media references, in popular culture. The phrase has become shorthand for any mysterious disappearance, any unexplained phenomenon, any situation where normal rules seem not to apply. A business deal falls through unexpectedly. Someone jokes about the Bermuda Triangle of negotiations. A person's socks keep disappearing from the laundry. Friends laugh about the Bermuda Triangle of the washing machine. This linguistic evolution represents something profound about how ideas travel through culture, how careful research can transform into popular metaphor, how specific mysteries can become general symbols for the unknowable. Charles has succeeded in creating not just a best-selling book, but a permanent addition to the English language, a phrase that will outlive both him and the specific incidents that inspired it. Yet this success comes with costs that perhaps only Charles fully understands. The families of those who died in Flight 19, the relatives of passengers aboard the SS Cyclops, the loved ones of all those whose disappearances provided the raw material for popular entertainment. They watch as their personal tragedies become fodder for speculation. Theory, sometimes outright fiction. The careful distinction that Vincent had maintained between documented facts and speculative possibility, that boundary has been eroded by the demands of popular entertainment, by the need to provide readers with wonder rather than uncertainty, answers rather than questions. Charles's book succeeds precisely because it offers explanations, even if those explanations involve forces that mainstream science cannot validate. In coffee shops and classrooms, at dinner tables and cocktail parties, people now discuss the Bermuda Triangle with the confidence of those who believe they understand a great mystery. But what they understand is Charles's interpretation, his expansion, his transformation of Vincent's careful documentation into something more dramatic, more entertaining, more marketable. The scientific community, initially puzzled by the book's success, gradually mobilizes to respond. Oceanographers, meteorologists, navigation experts, maritime historians, all begin to examine Charles's claims more carefully, to investigate the incidents he describes, to evaluate the evidence he presents. This scrutiny reveals gaps, inconsistencies, exaggerations that academic researchers find troubling. But Charles understands something that his critics perhaps do not: that popular culture operates according to different rules than academic research, that the marketplace of ideas rewards drama over precision, wonder over accuracy, entertainment over education. His book succeeds not because it provides definitive answers to maritime mysteries, but because it provides readers with an experience of wonder, a sense that the world still contains secrets worth exploring. The television appearances continue. The interviews multiply. The speaking engagements proliferate. Charles finds himself transformed from author into celebrity, from researcher into spokesperson for an entire category of mystery and wonder. He handles this transformation with grace, with understanding that his success creates responsibilities as well as opportunities. In quiet moments, when the phone stops ringing and the mail stops arriving, Charles sometimes returns to Vincent's original article, to the careful, modest documentation that started it all. He can see how far the concept has traveled, how much it has changed, how different the popular Bermuda Triangle has become from the maritime mystery that Vincent first described. This evolution raises questions that have no easy answers. Has Charles served the cause of truth by making these mysteries accessible to mass audiences? Or has he diluted the original research beyond recognition? Transformed careful investigation into entertainment that misleads more than it educates? Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. Perhaps the question itself misunderstands how ideas travel through culture. What seems certain is that Charles has succeeded in preserving, in his own way, the sense of wonder that drew Vincent to these mysteries in the first place. Millions of readers have encountered the Bermuda Triangle through Charles's book, have felt their imaginations stirred by possibilities that mainstream education rarely acknowledges, have been reminded that human knowledge has limits, that the world still contains questions without easy answers. As evening settles over his comfortable study, as the light from his window grows soft and golden, Charles can feel satisfaction in what he has accomplished. He has taken Vincent's careful seed and grown it into something that captures imaginations, that adds mystery to lives that might otherwise be dominated by routine, that reminds people that wonder still exists in a world increasingly convinced it has all the answers. The Bermuda Triangle that emerges from Charles's work will face challenges, criticism, eventual debunking by careful researchers who value precision over wonder. But by then, the concept will have taken on a life of its own, become part of the permanent landscape of human imagination. A reminder that some mysteries are more powerful than the facts that inspired them. Chapter 4. The Investigators, those who sought the truth now. Let time carry you away from Charles Berlitz's comfortable study, away from the machinery of popular publishing, away from the excitement of bestseller lists and television interviews, to a very different kind of workspace. Here, in a corner of the Arizona State University Library, surrounded by the quiet rustle of turning pages and the soft whisper of fluorescent lights, Lawrence David Couchet sits with a stack of documents that will change everything. The atmosphere here is almost monastic, dedicated to the careful pursuit of truth rather than the creation of entertaining mystery. The air smells of old paper and library paste, of dust that has settled on thousands of volumes, of the particular silence that accumulates in places where knowledge is stored and studied rather than packaged and sold. Lawrence himself presents a striking contrast to the confident authors who have made careers from the Bermuda Triangle mystery, where Vincent Gaddis had been a dedicated researcher and Charles Berlitz a skilled popularizer. Lawrence is something different entirely. A professional librarian, trained in the methodical verification of sources, skeptical by both nature and education of claims that cannot be substantiated through careful investigation. His workspace reflects this different approach to research. No comfortable study filled with popular mystery books. No expensive typewriter humming with the promise of best-selling manuscripts. Just a simple desk in a corner of the library's research section, surrounded by the tools of serious scholarship, reference volumes, government documents, official records that most people never see. Watch Lawrence as he works, methodically, patiently, moving through Charles Berlitz's book page by page, claim by claim, incident by incident. His approach is not the excited investigation of someone hoping to discover new mysteries, but the careful scrutiny of someone trained to verify information, to check sources, to distinguish between what is documented and what is merely asserted. The difference in methodology becomes apparent immediately. Where Berlitz had gathered stories from popular magazines and secondhand accounts, Lawrence goes directly to original sources, Coast Guard records, Navy files, weather reports from the actual dates of alleged disappearances, official documents that provide the mundane details that mystery writers often ignore. His pen moves steadily across yellow legal pads as he takes notes, not in the excited script of someone discovering wonders, but in the careful, precise handwriting of someone documenting discrepancies, recording the gaps between popular claims and verifiable facts. The scratch of pen on paper creates a rhythm entirely different from the confident typing that filled Charles's study. Quieter, more tentative, the sound of questions being asked rather than answers being proclaimed. The first revelation comes early in Lawrence's investigation, when he examines the weather records for December 5th, 1945, the day Flight 19 disappeared. Charles Berlitz had described perfect flying conditions, clear skies that made the squadron's disappearance all the more mysterious. But the official weather reports tell a different story. Deteriorating conditions, increasing winds, visibility declining throughout the afternoon. This discovery, small as it might seem, represents a fundamental challenge to the entire mythology that has grown up around the Bermuda Triangle. If the basic facts about weather conditions have been misrepresented, what other details might have been altered, exaggerated, or simply invented to make the story more compelling? Lawrence's investigation continues, methodically, relentlessly, as he checks each incident that Berlitz had used to support his claims. The SS Cyclops, that mysterious vessel that vanished in 1918, turns out to have been overloaded with cargo. Sailing during wartime when German submarines patrolled the Atlantic, experiencing structural problems that had been documented before its final voyage. The process of verification becomes almost archaeological. Lawrence digging through layers of popular retelling to reach the original documents, the first-hand accounts, the official records that reveal how ordinary tragedies became extraordinary mysteries through the alchemy of selective reporting and creative interpretation. Hour after hour, day after day, Lawrence sits in that quiet corner of the library, surrounded by growing stacks of documents that tell a story very different from the one that has captured popular imagination. The fluorescent lights hum softly overhead, casting harsh but steady illumination that leaves no shadows where mystery might hide. No dramatic lighting to enhance the romance of unexplained phenomena. The work is unglamorous, tedious, the kind of careful verification that rarely produces best-selling books or television appearances. Lawrence is not creating wonder. He is documenting reality, not expanding mysteries, but reducing them to their component facts, not entertaining audiences, but serving the more modest, more difficult goal of determining what actually happened. As his research progresses, Lawrence begins to understand something profound about how legends are born, how careful facts can be transformed into compelling fiction through the simple process of selective emphasis, creative interpretation, and the gradual accumulation of small inaccuracies that build over time into large misconceptions. The library around him continues its quiet operations. Students checking out books, researchers requesting documents, librarians helping visitors navigate the vast collections of human knowledge. But Lawrence's corner feels somehow separate from this normal academic activity, dedicated to a different kind of investigation, one that threatens to undermine rather than expand the boundaries of human wonder. His investigation reveals pattern after pattern of misrepresentation, incidents that occurred outside the Bermuda Triangle being included within its boundaries, disappearances that had mundane explanations being presented as unsolved mysteries, normal weather conditions being described as supernatural, mechanical failures being transformed into encounters with unknown forces. Each discovery adds another piece to a puzzle that is the reverse of what mystery writers had constructed, where they had assembled scattered incidents into evidence of supernatural activity. Lawrence is disassembling that construction, showing how ordinary events had been transformed into extraordinary claims through the patient accumulation of small distortions. The silence in his corner of the library grows deeper as evening approaches. Other researchers departing for home, students finishing their studies, librarians preparing to close. But Lawrence continues his work, driven not by the excitement of discovering new mysteries, but by the quieter satisfaction of uncovering truth, of serving the less glamorous but perhaps more important goal of accuracy. The documents spread across his desk tell a story that will disappoint millions of readers who have found wonder in the Bermuda Triangle mystery, who have enjoyed the thrill of believing that the world still contains forces beyond human understanding. Lawrence's research threatens to replace that wonder with something less exciting but more reliable: the knowledge that human beings are remarkably skilled at creating mysteries where none exist, at transforming ordinary tragedies into extraordinary legends. In this quiet corner of an academic library, surrounded by the tools of careful scholarship, Lawrence David Couch is conducting an investigation that will challenge one of the most successful mystery stories of the 20th century. not with theories or speculation, but with the patient application of basic research skills to claims that had never been properly verified. The truth he discovers will be less exciting than the legend, but perhaps more important. The breakthrough comes on a Tuesday afternoon in late autumn, when Lawrence discovers a file that changes everything he thought he knew about one of the Bermuda Triangle's most famous victims, the MV Joyita, a merchant vessel that Charles Berlitz had described as vanishing mysteriously in 1955, leaving behind only questions and theories about supernatural forces. But the Coast Guard file that Lawrence pulls from the archives tells a very different story. The Joyita had not vanished completely, as Berlitz claimed. Parts of the vessel had been found, floating partially submerged, weeks after its supposed disappearance. More importantly, the ship had been known to have serious mechanical problems, leaking fuel tanks, an unreliable engine, structural damage that made it unsuitable for the voyage it attempted. Lawrence sits in the growing shadows of the library's late afternoon light, holding documents that reveal how completely the popular version of events had diverged from documented reality. This is not a matter of interpretation, not a question of which theory best explains mysterious facts, but a simple case of a story being told incorrectly, essential details being omitted, inconvenient facts being ignored. The fluorescent lights flicker on automatically as evening approaches, casting their harsh, unwavering illumination across Lawrence's workspace. Under this pitiless light, the romantic mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle begin to look very different. Less like encounters with unknown forces, and more like ordinary human tendency to prefer exciting explanations over mundane ones. His pen moves steadily across the legal pad as he documents each discrepancy, each omission, each creative interpretation that had transformed the Joyita's mechanical failure into supernatural mystery. The process is methodical, almost mechanical, but Lawrence finds in it a satisfaction that is different from, perhaps deeper than, the excitement of discovering new wonders. Case after case reveals the same pattern. The SS Marine Sulphur Queen, another vessel that Berlitz had claimed vanished without explanation, turns out to have been carrying a dangerous cargo of molten sulfur in tanks that were known to be deteriorating. Radio messages from the ship, messages that Berlitz had either ignored or been unaware of. Documented problems with the cargo containment system just before the vessel's final transmission. The work becomes almost hypnotic. Lawrence moving through incident after incident, checking official records against popular accounts, discovering again and again how facts had been shaped, molded, sometimes completely reimagined to support theories that sounded more exciting than mechanical failure. Navigational error, ordinary human tragedy. Weather records prove particularly revealing. Time after time, incidents that Berlitz had described as occurring under perfect conditions turn out to have happened during storms, during periods of poor visibility, during circumstances that made disaster not mysterious but predictable. The National Weather Service files, meticulously maintained, provide precise documentation of conditions that mystery writers had simply ignored. Lawrence begins to understand something profound about human nature, about the way people process information, about the difference between what we want to be true and what actually is true. The Bermuda Triangle succeeds as a mystery, not because the evidence supports supernatural explanations, but because people want to believe that the world still contains wonders beyond human understanding. Each evening, as the library prepares to close, Lawrence gathers his documents, organizes his notes, prepares for another day of methodical investigation. The other researchers and students drift away, carrying their books and dreams, while Lawrence remains focused on the less glamorous task of distinguishing between what happened and what people believe happened. The process is lonely, isolated, thankless, in ways that the creation of popular mysteries never is. Charles Berlitz had been celebrated for expanding human wonder, for suggesting that reality contains more possibilities than science acknowledges. Lawrence's investigation threatens to contract that wonder, to suggest that reality is often more mundane than we hope, more explainable than we prefer. But as his research progresses, Lawrence discovers something unexpected. That truth, even mundane truth, has its own kind of beauty, its own satisfaction. The careful verification of facts, the patient correction of errors, the modest goal of getting things right. These activities provide rewards that are different from, but perhaps more lasting than, the excitement of creating new mysteries. His investigation expands beyond individual incidents to examine the broader claims that mystery writers had made about the Bermuda Triangle region. Magnetic anomalies that supposedly interfered with navigation equipment. When checked against actual magnetic surveys, proved to be no more significant than similar anomalies found throughout the world's oceans. Weather patterns that had been described as uniquely dangerous, when compared with meteorological data from other regions, turn out to be perfectly normal for a subtropical zone where warm and cold air masses regularly interact. The Gulf Stream, that mysterious current supposedly responsible for supernatural phenomena, operates according to well-understood principles of oceanography, step by step, fact by fact. Lawrence's investigation dismantles the elaborate construction that decades of mystery writers had built around a few ordinary tragedies. The process is not vindictive, not motivated by any desire to destroy wonder for its own sake, but simply dedicated to the principle that truth, however mundane, is preferable to fiction, however exciting. The silence in his corner of the library grows deeper as winter approaches. As days grow shorter and the need for artificial light extends earlier into each afternoon, Lawrence continues his work in this pool of fluorescent illumination, surrounded by documents that tell stories very different from the ones that have captured popular imagination. His legal pads fill with careful notes, precise citations, exact quotations from official sources that contradict popular claims. This documentation will become the foundation for a book that challenges everything Charles Berlitz had written. But Lawrence's motivation is not fame or fortune, simply the quiet satisfaction of setting the record straight. In this modest corner of an academic library, working with tools no more sophisticated than pen and paper, Lawrence David Couchet is conducting an investigation that will fundamentally challenge one of the most successful mystery stories of the modern era. Not through grand theories or dramatic revelations, but through the patient application of basic research principles to claims that should have been verified long ago. Months into his investigation, as winter settles over the Arizona campus and the library grows quieter in the shorter days, Lawrence begins the delicate process of transforming his research into a book. But this presents challenges that Charles Berlitz never faced. Difficulties that arise when the goal is to deflate mystery rather than create it, to reduce wonder rather than expand it. The manuscript that takes shape under Lawrence's careful hands is fundamentally different from anything that has been written about the Bermuda Triangle before, where previous authors had organized their material to build suspense, to create crescendos of mystery that left readers amazed and bewildered. Lawrence must structure his argument to methodically dismantle each claim, to show step by step how ordinary events had been transformed into extraordinary legends. His typewriter, a modest machine borrowed from the library's equipment room, lacks the authority of Charles's electric model, the romantic charm of Vincent's aging Underwood. It produces letters that are slightly uneven, occasionally faint, reminding anyone who reads the manuscript that this is not a polished commercial production, but the work of someone more concerned with accuracy than presentation. The tone Lawrence adopts requires careful calibration. He cannot simply attack the popular version of the Bermuda Triangle, cannot dismiss the wonder that millions of readers have found in the mystery, without seeming arrogant, condescending, destructive for the sake of destruction. Instead, he must find a way to present his findings that respects people's desire for mystery while insisting on the importance of factual accuracy. Watch him as he struggles with this balance, writing and rewriting passages that must accomplish the difficult task of correcting errors without insulting those who have believed them. Each sentence must be precise enough to document specific inaccuracies, gentle enough to avoid alienating readers who have invested emotional energy in the mystery, compelling enough to hold attention despite offering conclusions that are less exciting than the theories they replace. The chapter on Flight 19 presents particular challenges. This incident, more than any other, has captured public imagination, has become the cornerstone of Bermuda Triangle mythology, has been retold so many times that the popular version has become more real, more authoritative than the documented facts. Lawrence must find a way to present the actual evidence, the weather conditions, the communication problems, the normal human errors that led to tragedy, without seeming to diminish the very real loss of 14 lives. His research has revealed that Flight 19's disappearance, while certainly tragic, follows patterns familiar to anyone who studies aviation accidents: pilot disorientation, equipment failure, deteriorating weather conditions. A series of small problems that compounded into catastrophe. But these mundane explanations, however accurate, lack the dramatic impact of theories involving supernatural forces, electromagnetic anomalies, dimensional portals. The afternoon light filtering through the library windows grows weaker as Lawrence works, casting longer shadows across his desk, requiring him to rely more heavily on the artificial illumination that has become the backdrop for his investigation. Under these harsh fluorescent lights, the romantic mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle continue their transformation into documented case studies of human error, mechanical failure, natural phenomena. Lawrence's challenge is not just factual, but philosophical. How does one write compellingly about the absence of mystery? How does one create a narrative that holds reader attention while arguing that the central phenomenon, the thing that has fascinated millions of people, simply does not exist as described? This is the opposite of the challenge that faced Vincent Gaddis, who had to make ordinary incidents seem mysterious, or Charles Berlitz, who had to expand mystery into best-selling entertainment. The process requires a different kind of skill, a different understanding of how ideas work in human consciousness. Lawrence must acknowledge the appeal of mystery while demonstrating its inaccuracy, must respect people's desire for wonder while insisting on the importance of truth, must find ways to make precision as interesting as speculation. His manuscript grows slowly, carefully, each chapter built around specific incidents that had been misrepresented in popular accounts. The SS Cyclops, the MV Joyita, the various aircraft that had supposedly vanished without trace. Each case examined with the methodical attention to detail that Lawrence's library training had instilled in him. The documentation is exhaustive, perhaps exhausting for readers accustomed to the streamlined narratives of popular mystery writers. Lawrence includes weather reports, radio transcripts, Coast Guard files, Navy records, all the mundane paperwork that mystery writers had ignored in favor of more dramatic sources. This approach makes his book less entertaining but more reliable, less exciting but more trustworthy. As winter deepens and the library's evening hours grow longer, Lawrence works in increasing isolation, surrounded by documents that most people will never see, pursuing a goal that few will appreciate. The creation of mystery brings fame, fortune, cultural influence, but the destruction of mystery brings only the quiet satisfaction of having gotten things right. The book that emerges from this process will have a title that reflects its systematic approach: The Bermuda Triangle Mystery, Solved, Direct, Unambiguous, promising not wonder, but resolution, not questions, but answers, not the expansion of human imagination, but its correction. Lawrence understands that this title will appeal to a much smaller audience than Charles Berlitz's more mysterious approach, but he believes that some readers, perhaps not many, will prefer truth to entertainment. His investigation has revealed something profound about how legends are created, maintained, perpetuated in modern culture. The Bermuda Triangle succeeded as a mystery not because of the strength of the evidence supporting it, but because of the weakness of the mechanisms designed to evaluate that evidence. Popular culture, with its emphasis on entertainment over accuracy, its preference for wonder over truth, creates environments where myths can flourish regardless of their factual foundation. Lawrence's work represents a counter-narrative to this process, an attempt to apply academic standards to popular claims, to insist that truth matters even when it is less interesting than fiction. His book will challenge not just the specific details of Bermuda Triangle mythology, but the broader cultural tendency to prefer exciting explanations over mundane ones. In the growing darkness outside the library windows, as Lawrence continues his methodical work, he understands that he is fighting against powerful forces: the human desire for mystery, the commercial machinery that profits from wonder, the psychological comfort that comes from believing that the world contains forces beyond human understanding. But he also understands that some battles are worth fighting regardless of their chances of success. That accuracy has value independent of its popularity. That truth, however mundane, deserves to be told with as much skill and dedication as the most compelling fiction. The manuscript grows page by page, fact by fact, citation by citation, becoming a monument to the proposition that reality, properly understood, requires no embellishment to justify careful attention. When Lawrence's book finally appears in bookstores in 1975. It enters a cultural landscape still dominated by the mystery that Charles Berlitz had so successfully created. The Bermuda Triangle Mystery Solved sits on shelves alongside dozens of other books about unexplained phenomena, surrounded by volumes that promise wonder, adventure, revelation. While Lawrence's modest work offers only the quiet satisfaction of accuracy, the contrast is immediately apparent to anyone browsing the mystery sections of bookstores, where Berlitz's book features dramatic cover art, mysterious imagery, promises of supernatural revelation. Lawrence's volume presents itself with academic restraint, clear typography, straightforward presentation that emphasizes substance over sensation. The visual difference reflects a fundamental philosophical divide: entertainment versus education, wonder versus truth. Initial reviews reveal the challenge that Lawrence faces in competing with established legend. Critics who appreciate careful research, who value factual accuracy, who understand the importance of distinguishing between documented events and creative interpretation. They praise Lawrence's methodical investigation, his thorough documentation, his patient correction of errors that had been accepted without question for over a decade. But popular reception tells a different story. Readers who had found excitement, wonder, spiritual satisfaction in the Bermuda Triangle mystery respond to Lawrence's debunking with disappointment, sometimes anger, occasionally outright rejection. For many people, the truth that Lawrence offers is less satisfying than the mystery that Berlitz had provided, less emotionally rewarding than the suggestion that the world contains forces beyond human understanding. Lawrence watches this reception unfold from his modest office in the library, fielding occasional interviews from journalists, responding to letters from readers, observing how his careful research competes with the mythology it seeks to correct. The experience teaches him something profound about the difference between creating wonder and destroying it, between offering people what they want to hear and telling them what actually happened. Television producers who had eagerly interviewed Charles Berlitz show less interest in Lawrence's more mundane conclusions, the medium that thrives on visual drama, on compelling personalities, on stories that can be told in brief segments between commercials, finds little to work with in Lawrence's methodical presentation of Coast Guard files and weather reports. Radio interviews provide better opportunities for Lawrence to explain his research, to walk audiences through the process of verification that had revealed so many discrepancies between popular claims and documented facts. But even these conversations reveal the challenge of making precision as interesting as speculation, of competing with mystery using only accuracy as a weapon. The sales figures, predictably, tell their own story. Lawrence's book reaches a respectable audience, particularly among readers interested in critical thinking, scientific methodology, the process of distinguishing between reliable and unreliable sources. But these numbers pale beside the millions who continue to buy, read, and believe books that expand rather than contract the boundaries of mystery. Academic reception proves more encouraging. Librarians, researchers, educators, people whose professional lives are dedicated to the careful evaluation of information. They recognize the value of Lawrence's work, the importance of his contribution to the broader project of distinguishing between fact and fiction in popular culture. But academic appreciation, however gratifying, does not translate into popular influence. The same cultural forces that made Berlitz's book a bestseller, the hunger for mystery, the appeal of supernatural explanation, the psychological comfort of believing that human knowledge has limits. These forces continue to favor wonder over accuracy, entertainment over education. Lawrence discovers that debunking a popular myth is like trying to empty an ocean with a teaspoon. Each error he corrects, each misconception he clarifies, each false claim he documents. These individual victories add up to very little change in popular consciousness. The Bermuda Triangle that exists in public imagination has become independent of the facts that supposedly support it, has taken on a life of its own that Lawrence's research cannot touch. Perhaps most significantly, Lawrence's investigation reveals something troubling about how information travels in modern culture. Accurate reporting, careful research, methodical verification. These activities receive less attention, less promotion, less cultural support than the creation of entertaining fiction. The marketplace of ideas, it turns out, does not necessarily reward truth, does not automatically favor accuracy over excitement. Years pass, and Lawrence watches as new books about the Bermuda Triangle continue to appear. New television documentaries continue to be produced. New theories continue to be proposed. Most of them ignoring entirely the research he had so carefully conducted. The pattern suggests something profound about human nature, about the persistence of belief in the face of contrary evidence, about the way that wonder, once established, resists correction through mere fact. Yet Lawrence finds satisfaction in what he has accomplished, even if that accomplishment receives less recognition than he might have hoped. Somewhere in library reference sections, his book sits waiting for readers who value truth over entertainment, who prefer accuracy to speculation, who understand that reality, properly understood, needs no embellishment to justify careful attention. The cultural impact of Lawrence's work extends beyond the specific case of the Bermuda Triangle to address broader questions about how societies evaluate claims, how individuals distinguish between reliable and unreliable information, how communities maintain standards of evidence in environments where entertainment and education compete for the same audiences. In his quiet office, surrounded by the tools of careful scholarship, Lawrence continues his work as a librarian, helping other researchers navigate the vast collections of human knowledge, teaching students how to evaluate sources, contributing in modest ways to the broader project of distinguishing between what we know and what we merely believe. The Bermuda Triangle continues to exist in popular culture, continues to inspire books and movies and television shows, continues to provide people with a sense of mystery and wonder that Lawrence's research cannot diminish. But alongside that popular mythology, Lawrence's careful investigation stands as a reminder that truth, however mundane, deserves its own kind of respect, its own recognition, its own place in the vast library of human understanding. Even now, decades after Lawrence Kusch's methodical investigation, decades after careful researchers have documented the mundane explanations for every mysterious disappearance, decades after the Coast Guard has issued official statements explaining that the Bermuda Triangle represents no unusual danger to navigation, the legend persists, thrives, continues to capture imaginations in ways that mere facts seem powerless to diminish. Picture yourself walking through a modern bookstore, through the sections devoted to mystery and unexplained phenomena, and you will find the shelves still lined with volumes about the Bermuda Triangle. New books, published just last year or last month, continuing to present the same debunked theories, the same misrepresented incidents, the same supernatural explanations that Lawrence's research had so carefully dismantled decades ago. This persistence reveals something profound about the relationship between truth and belief in human consciousness, something that goes far deeper than simple ignorance or lack of access to accurate information. In an age when correct data about almost any topic can be found in seconds, when government documents are available online, when scholarly research is accessible to anyone with internet connection, the Bermuda Triangle continues to exist as a cultural phenomenon, largely independent of the facts that supposedly support it. Walk into any classroom where the topic arises. Listen to casual conversations in coffee shops. Observe discussions on social media, and you will discover that Lawrence's careful debunking has had remarkably little impact on popular consciousness. People continue to speak of the Bermuda Triangle as if it were an established fact, a documented phenomenon, a genuine mystery worthy of serious consideration. The reasons for this persistence are complex, layered, rooted in psychological needs that go far beyond simple curiosity about maritime accidents. The Bermuda Triangle, as it exists in popular imagination, serves functions that have nothing to do with navigation safety or historical accuracy. Functions that Lawrence's research, however thorough, could never address. For many people, the Bermuda Triangle represents something essential about the nature of reality itself. The belief that the world still contains mysteries beyond human understanding, that science has not explained everything, that there remain forces, places, phenomena that resist rational explanation. To accept Lawrence's debunking completely would require abandoning not just a specific mystery, but an entire worldview, a way of thinking about the relationship between human knowledge and cosmic possibility. Consider how the legend has evolved in response to criticism, how it has adapted, transformed, found new ways to survive in environments hostile to its original formulation. When researchers demonstrated that disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle occur at statistically normal rates, proponents simply expanded the definition of what constitutes unusual activity, began including near misses, equipment malfunctions, navigational confusion that falls short of actual disappearance. When weather records prove that most incidents occurred during storms rather than perfect conditions, the mythology adapted by suggesting that the triangle somehow creates its own weather, generates sudden storms, produces atmospheric disturbances that conventional meteorology cannot predict or explain. Each factual challenge to the legend becomes an opportunity for creative reinterpretation, for the development of more sophisticated supernatural theories. The digital age has provided new platforms for the triangle's persistence, new ways for the legend to spread, evolve, find audiences hungry for mystery regardless of factual foundation. YouTube videos, internet forums, social media posts, podcast episodes, documentary films, all continue to present the Bermuda Triangle as a genuine phenomenon, often without acknowledging, sometimes without knowing. The research that has thoroughly debunked its supernatural aspects. These modern presentations often display a sophisticated understanding of how to make debunked theories seem credible, how to present selective evidence in ways that support predetermined conclusions, how to use the language of scientific investigation while avoiding the standards of scientific methodology. They represent the evolution of mystery making in an information-rich environment, the adaptation of legend to survive in conditions that should, theoretically, favor accuracy over entertainment. The persistence also reflects something important about human psychology, about the way people process information that challenges beliefs they find emotionally satisfying. The Bermuda Triangle, for many believers, represents more than just a maritime mystery. It symbolizes hope that the world remains magical, that human experience includes dimensions beyond the mundane, that reality contains possibilities that materialist science refuses to acknowledge. To abandon belief in the triangle, for such people, would require more than simply accepting new information. It would require restructuring their entire understanding of how the world works, abandoning a source of wonder, accepting a vision of reality that seems smaller, more constrained, less interesting than the one that includes supernatural possibilities. Educational institutions face particular challenges in addressing persistent myths like the Bermuda Triangle. Teachers, professors, librarians, science communicators all find themselves in the awkward position of having to address beliefs that their students, their audiences, their communities continue to hold despite clear evidence of their inaccuracy. The challenge becomes even more complex when educators recognize that simply presenting contrary facts, however thoroughly documented, often fails to change minds, sometimes even strengthens the beliefs it seeks to correct. The human tendency to interpret new information in ways that confirm existing beliefs, to dismiss evidence that challenges cherished theories, proves remarkably resistant to educational intervention. Popular culture continues to reinforce Bermuda Triangle mythology through movies, television shows, novels, video games, all of which present the legend as established fact, as dramatic backdrop for adventure stories, as shorthand for mysterious danger that audiences are expected to accept without question. These cultural products reach far larger audiences than Lawrence's careful research, shape popular understanding in ways that academic investigation cannot match. The tourism industry, particularly in Florida and the Caribbean, has discovered commercial value in the legend, developing attractions, tours, experiences that capitalize on the triangle's mysterious reputation. These economic incentives create powerful forces for the legend's persistence, ensuring that communities dependent on tourism have financial reasons to maintain rather than debunk the mythology. Perhaps most significantly, the Bermuda Triangle has become embedded in language itself, transformed from a specific geographic claim into a general metaphor for any situation where things mysteriously disappear or go wrong. This linguistic evolution ensures the concept's survival, even if its original maritime context is eventually abandoned, even if everyone eventually accepts that the actual ocean area poses no unusual dangers in corporate boardrooms. People speak of projects that vanish into some kind of Bermuda Triangle of bureaucracy. In households, parents joke about the Bermuda Triangle of missing socks. In popular discourse, the phrase has become a permanent part of English vocabulary, a metaphor that will outlive the specific mystery that inspired it. This transformation reveals something profound about how ideas evolve in human culture, how concepts can transcend their original contexts, how myths can survive the destruction of their factual foundations by finding new purposes, new meanings, new ways to serve human psychological and linguistic needs. The Bermuda Triangle that exists today, in popular consciousness, in casual conversation, in cultural reference, bears little resemblance to Vincent Gaddis's careful documentation or Charles Berlitz's dramatic expansion or Lawrence Kusch's methodical debunking. It has become something else entirely, a cultural artifact, a linguistic tool, a persistent reminder of humanity's complex relationship with mystery, truth, and the stories we tell ourselves about the nature of reality. To understand why the Bermuda Triangle legend persists despite thorough debunking, we must venture into territories that Lawrence Kusch's methodical research could never explore. The hidden landscapes of human psychology, the secret chambers where belief is manufactured and maintained, the mysterious processes by which rational minds choose wonder over accuracy, mystery over truth. Imagine yourself in the mind of someone who has just encountered Lawrence's careful documentation, who has read his Coast Guard reports, his weather records, his patient explanation of how ordinary incidents were transformed into supernatural mysteries. For a moment, perhaps, the facts seem convincing. The evidence appears overwhelming. The debunking complete and final. But then, something strange happens. Instead of relief at having a mystery solved, instead of satisfaction at understanding what really occurred, there is a sense of loss, a feeling that something valuable has been taken away, that the world has become smaller, less interesting, more mundane than it was when the triangle remained mysterious. This psychological response reveals something profound about the human relationship with mystery itself. We are not, it turns out, purely rational creatures seeking only accurate information about our environment. We are also beings who require wonder, who need to believe that reality contains more possibilities than our current understanding can encompass, who find emotional sustenance in the idea that some questions remain unanswered. The Bermuda Triangle, in its popular formulation, serves psychological functions that have nothing to do with navigation safety or maritime history. It provides a space where the impossible becomes possible, where the laws of physics bend, where human technology fails in the face of forces beyond comprehension. For many people, losing this mystery would mean losing access to a particular kind of experience, a specific form of wonder that cannot be replaced by mere knowledge. Consider the way children respond to magic tricks, to stories about supernatural phenomena, to possibilities that adults dismiss as impossible. The sense of awe, the expansion of imagination, the thrilling uncertainty about what might be real. These experiences shape human consciousness in ways that purely factual education cannot. The Bermuda Triangle, for many adults, represents a preservation of this childhood capacity for wonder, a refusal to accept that the world has been completely explained, completely understood, completely domesticated by human knowledge. The persistence of the legend also reflects deeper anxieties about the nature of human control over our environment. In an age when technology promises to solve every problem, when science claims to explain every phenomenon, when human capability seems to expand daily, the Bermuda Triangle offers a comforting reminder that some forces remain beyond our influence. Some places resist our understanding. Some mysteries preserve their secrets despite our best efforts to penetrate them. For people who feel overwhelmed by technological complexity, who worry about humanity's increasing power over natural forces, who long for experiences, says, of genuine mystery in an over-explained world. The triangle provides psychological relief, a space where human limitation is not failure, but simply the natural order of things. The social functions of shared mystery also contribute to the legend's persistence. Communities that believe together in unexplained phenomena, that share theories about supernatural forces, that collectively maintain traditions of wonder. These groups find in mystery a form of bonding, a way of distinguishing themselves from purely materialist cultures, a source of identity that cannot be reduced to demographic categories or economic interests. The Bermuda Triangle, as cultural phenomenon, creates invisible communities of believers who share not just information but worldview, who understand themselves as people open to possibilities that mainstream science refuses to consider. To abandon belief in the triangle would mean losing membership in these communities, sacrificing relationships built around shared wonder, accepting social isolation in exchange for factual accuracy. Digital technology has amplified these social functions by making it easier for believers to find each other, to share theories, to reinforce each other's commitment to mystery despite contrary evidence. Online forums, social media groups, video platforms all provide spaces where triangle mythology can flourish independent of expert opinion, where personal conviction carries more weight than professional research. The speed and reach of digital communication also allows myths to evolve more rapidly, to adapt to criticism more effectively, to develop more sophisticated responses to debunking efforts. When Lawrence published his research, myth adaptation required years, decades. Now, new theories can be developed and disseminated within hours of challenges to existing beliefs. Perhaps most importantly, the Bermuda Triangle represents a form of rebellion against expert authority, against the assumption that credentialed researchers automatically deserve more credence than personal experience, popular wisdom, intuitive understanding. In an era when people feel increasingly alienated from institutions, when experts have lost credibility through perceived failures, when democratic values emphasize individual judgment over professional expertise, believing in mysteries that experts dismiss becomes a form of intellectual independence. The legend's persistence also reflects the human tendency to find patterns where none exist, to see significance in coincidence, to interpret random events as meaningful phenomena. The clustering of maritime incidents in a heavily traveled shipping area, the normal rate of mechanical failures and navigation errors, the ordinary tragedies that occur wherever humans venture into dangerous environments, all can be reinterpreted as evidence of supernatural activity by minds predisposed to find mystery rather than mundane explanation. This pattern-seeking behavior serves important evolutionary functions, helping humans detect real dangers, identify genuine threats, notice significant changes in their environment. But in modern contexts, where actual survival threats are rare, this psychological tendency often creates false patterns, imaginary connections, apparent mysteries where none actually exist. The commercial incentives surrounding mystery also contribute to persistence. Publishers, television producers, internet content creators all discover that debunked mysteries often sell better than genuine ones, that audiences prefer familiar legends to new research. That wonder generates more revenue than accuracy. These economic forces ensure that triangle mythology receives constant reinforcement, continuous promotion, regular updating to address new criticism while maintaining core appeal. Understanding these psychological, social, and economic factors helps explain why Lawrence's careful research, however thorough, could never completely eliminate belief in the Bermuda Triangle. He addressed the factual foundations of the legend, but not the human needs that the legend serves, not the psychological functions that make mystery more appealing than truth for many people. The triangle persists because it serves purposes that have nothing to do with maritime safety, everything to do with human nature. In this current era, where information travels at the speed of light, where fact-checking can be accomplished in seconds, where academic research is more accessible than ever before, the Bermuda Triangle has not weakened, but evolved, adapted, found new life through digital platforms that amplify both truth and fiction with equal efficiency. Watch how the legend manifests on YouTube, where documentary-style videos about the triangle accumulate millions of views, where content creators with no background in maritime history or scientific research present themselves as investigators, where production values and editing techniques make amateur theories seem as authoritative as peer-reviewed studies. These digital presentations possess advantages that traditional researchers like Lawrence Kusch could never match. They offer visual excitement, dramatic music, compelling narration, all the tools of modern entertainment applied to the presentation of information. The viewer experience becomes immersive, engaging, emotionally satisfying in ways that careful academic writing cannot replicate. The algorithms that govern digital platforms create additional challenges for accuracy. These systems, designed to maximize engagement rather than promote truth, often favor content that generates strong emotional responses, that keeps viewers watching, that encourages sharing and discussion. Mysterious phenomena, unexplained events, supernatural theories, all tend to perform better in this environment than mundane explanations. However factually correct, social media platforms amplify these effects by creating echo chambers where believers can surround themselves with like-minded individuals, where contrary evidence can be dismissed as misinformation, where personal conviction gains reinforcement from community support. The Bermuda Triangle mythology thrives in these environments, spreading through networks of believers who share theories, images, videos that reinforce their shared worldview. The democratization of publishing through digital platforms has also changed how mystery-making works in modern culture, where once authors like Vincent Gaddis or Charles Berlitz required traditional publishers, editorial oversight, professional gatekeepers. Now, anyone with internet access can create and distribute content about the triangle, can develop new theories, can reach global audiences without institutional approval. This democratization has positive aspects, allowing diverse voices to participate in cultural conversations, enabling citizen researchers to contribute valuable insights, providing platforms for perspectives that traditional media might ignore. But it also eliminates many of the quality controls that, however imperfect, once helped distinguish between reliable and unreliable information. The result is an information ecosystem where carefully researched debunking, like Lawrence's work, competes on equal terms with amateur speculation, where academic credentials carry no special authority, where entertainment value often matters more than factual accuracy. In this environment, the Bermuda Triangle legend enjoys advantages that truth cannot match. It is more exciting, more mysterious, more emotionally satisfying than prosaic explanations involving weather patterns and mechanical failures. Modern conspiracy culture has also embraced the triangle as part of broader narratives about hidden truths, suppressed knowledge, government cover-ups of phenomena that mainstream science refuses to acknowledge. In these interpretations, Lawrence's debunking becomes not evidence of the legend's inaccuracy, but proof of a systematic effort to hide the truth, to discredit witnesses, to maintain official lies about extraordinary phenomena. This conspiratorial framework makes the legend essentially immune to factual challenge. Every piece of contrary evidence, every official denial, every scientific explanation becomes additional proof of the cover-up, further confirmation that powerful forces are working to suppress the truth. The more thoroughly researchers debunk the mythology, the more convinced believers become that something significant is being hidden. The global reach of digital platforms has also allowed the Bermuda Triangle to transcend its original cultural context, to find new audiences in societies with different relationships to authority. Science, mystery. In cultures where traditional beliefs in supernatural phenomena remain strong, where scientific materialism has less cultural dominance, the triangle legend finds especially receptive audiences. These international audiences often bring their own cultural perspectives to the mystery, interpreting the triangle through frameworks drawn from local folklore, religious traditions, philosophical systems that view reality as more complex, more layered, more mysterious than Western science typically acknowledges. The result is a globalized mythology that draws strength from diverse cultural sources while maintaining its core appeal to human fascination with the unexplained. The entertainment industry continues to play crucial roles in the legend's persistence, producing movies, television shows, video games, podcasts that present the triangle as established fact rather than debunked theory. These cultural products reach audiences far larger than any academic research, shape popular understanding through narrative techniques that academic writing cannot match. The economic incentives surrounding digital content creation also favor mystery over accuracy, content about unexplained phenomena, supernatural theories, mysterious disappearances, tends to generate more views, more engagement, more revenue than content explaining mundane realities. This creates systematic bias toward maintaining rather than correcting popular misconceptions. Tourism industries in Florida, the Caribbean, Bermuda itself continue to capitalize on the legend's commercial value, developing attractions, tours, experiences that treat the triangle as genuine phenomenon worthy of tourist attention. These economic interests create powerful constituencies for the legend's preservation, ensuring that local communities have financial reasons to maintain rather than debunk the mythology. Educational institutions face increasing challenges in addressing persistent myths in this digital environment. Teachers discover that students often arrive in classrooms already convinced of theories they have encountered online, resistant to contrary evidence, suspicious of expert authority, committed to beliefs that social media communities have validated and reinforced. The speed of digital communication also makes it difficult for careful research to keep pace with evolving mythology. By the time researchers have thoroughly investigated and debunked one version of the triangle legend, new theories have emerged, spread globally, gained adherents, created new communities of belief that must be addressed through separate efforts. Perhaps most significantly, the Bermuda Triangle has become embedded into the broader cultural conversation about the nature of truth itself, about the relationship between expert knowledge and popular belief, about the role of mystery in human experience, in debates about alternative facts, fake news, the democratization of information. The triangle serves as a case study in how beliefs persist despite contrary evidence, how communities maintain shared fictions, how myths adapt to survive in hostile informational environments. The digital age has not eliminated the human need for mystery, has not satisfied the psychological hunger for wonder that the triangle legend serves, has not resolved the tension between scientific materialism and popular desire for supernatural possibility. Instead, it has provided new platforms for ancient patterns, new tools for persistent needs, new ways for mythologies to evolve and survive. In this environment, Lawrence Kusch's careful research represents just one voice among thousands, competing for attention in an information marketplace that often rewards entertainment over accuracy, mystery over truth, emotional satisfaction over factual precision. The Bermuda Triangle legend persists not despite the digital age, but because of it, finding in modern technology new ways to serve the timeless human need for wonder, mystery, possibility beyond the boundaries of conventional understanding. The story of the Bermuda Triangle's persistence, its survival in the face of thorough debunking, its evolution through multiple generations of believers, its adaptation to digital environments, reveals something profound about the relationship between truth and belief in human culture, something that extends far beyond maritime mysteries to touch the deepest questions of how we understand reality itself. In the end, the triangle's endurance demonstrates that truth and belief operate according to different rules, serve different purposes, fulfill different human needs. Lawrence Kusha approached the legend as if it were a factual claim that could be resolved through careful investigation, as if proving the supernatural theories wrong would automatically make them disappear from popular consciousness. But human belief, it turns out, is not simply a matter of information processing, not merely the result of weighing evidence and reaching logical conclusions. Consider what has been learned through decades of research into how people form, maintain, and change their beliefs. The human mind, rather than operating like a computer that updates its database when presented with new information, functions more like an ecosystem where ideas survive or perish based on their ability to serve multiple functions, to satisfy various needs, to integrate with existing mental frameworks. The Bermuda Triangle legend succeeds not because it explains maritime phenomena accurately, but because it serves psychological needs that accurate explanations cannot fulfill. It provides wonder in a world that often seems completely explained, mystery in an environment dominated by certainty, possibility in contexts constrained by mundane reality. These functions, these services to human consciousness, make the legend valuable regardless of its factual accuracy. This reveals something important about the nature of cultural evolution, about how ideas propagate through human societies. Like biological organisms, cultural concepts survive not because they are true in some absolute sense, but because they are adaptive, because they serve functions that help them persist, reproduce, spread to new populations. The Bermuda Triangle legend possesses remarkable adaptive fitness, remarkable ability to evolve in response to challenges, to find new ecological niches in changing informational environments. The digital age has accelerated these evolutionary processes, creating new selection pressures that favor engaging content over accurate content, emotionally satisfying theories over factually correct explanations, community-building myths over isolation-inducing truths. In this environment, Lawrence's careful research, however thorough, however accurate, faces significant disadvantages in the competition for human attention, cultural influence, popular acceptance. But the triangle's persistence also illuminates something more troubling about modern information ecosystems, about the relationship between expertise and democracy, about the tension between specialized knowledge and popular belief. when careful research fails to influence popular opinion, when expert consensus carries less weight than amateur speculation, when institutional authority loses credibility in favor of crowdsourced wisdom. Societies face fundamental challenges about how to distinguish between reliable and unreliable information. The Bermuda Triangle becomes, in this context, more than just a maritime legend. It becomes a case study in the broader crisis of epistemology, the growing uncertainty about how we know what we know, how we decide what deserves belief, how we navigate environments where information abundance creates as many problems as information scarcity once did. Yet the legend's persistence also suggests something hopeful about human nature, about our refusal to accept complete demystification, our insistence on preserving spaces for wonder, our determination to maintain possibilities beyond current understanding. In a culture increasingly dominated by technology, materialism, scientific reductionism, the triangle serves as a form of resistance, a reminder that human experience includes dimensions that purely rational analysis cannot capture. The battle between Lawrence Couché and the Bermuda Triangle legend, between careful research and persistent myth, between factual accuracy and emotional satisfaction, reflects broader struggles that play out across multiple domains of human culture, in politics, in religion, in education, in media. Similar conflicts arise between expert knowledge and popular belief, between institutional authority and grassroots wisdom, between truth as correspondence to reality and truth as service to human needs. Understanding these dynamics helps explain why debunking efforts so often fail, why careful research has so little impact on popular consciousness, why myths persist despite thorough refutation. The problem is not simply that people lack access to accurate information, or that they are unable to understand scientific methodology, or that they are inherently irrational in their thinking processes. The problem is deeper, more fundamental, rooted in the way human consciousness operates, in the functions that belief serves beyond simple information processing, in the needs that myths fulfill, regardless of their factual foundations. Until debunking efforts address these psychological, social, cultural functions, until they provide alternative sources of wonder, community, meaning, they will continue to compete unsuccessfully with legends that serve these human needs more effectively. The Bermuda Triangle, in its current form, represents the triumph of myth over fact, of story over data, of psychological satisfaction over empirical accuracy. But it also represents something more complex, more nuanced. A reminder that human beings are not purely rational creatures seeking only accurate information about their environment, but complex beings who require meaning, wonder, possibility, community, identity, purposes that facts alone cannot serve. Perhaps the most important lesson from the triangle's persistence is humility, recognition that truth-telling, however important, however necessary, is not automatically persuasive, does not automatically prevail over more emotionally satisfying alternatives, requires more than just accuracy to influence human belief and behavior. Lawrence Couchet accomplished something valuable, something important, something necessary in his methodical debunking of Bermuda Triangle mythology. He demonstrated that careful research can reveal truth, that myths can be traced to their sources, that legends can be understood through investigation rather than speculation. But the legend's continued vitality demonstrates that truth, by itself, is not enough. That accuracy must compete with other values, other needs, other functions that ideas serve in human culture. The persistence of the Bermuda Triangle ultimately teaches us as much about ourselves as it does about maritime history, as much about human nature as about navigation safety, as much about the power of story as about the limits of fact. Chapter 6: The Return, where truth and legend meet the eternal ocean now. Let time carry you back, away from the libraries and studies, away from the typewriters and bestseller lists, away from the debates about truth and belief, back to where this entire story began, back to the waters themselves, the actual ocean that remains, as it has always remained, utterly indifferent to the human stories that have been told about it. Feel yourself floating once again above those same waves, the same currents, the same depths that have witnessed everything. The careful ships of the 1800s, the military aircraft of the 1940s, the pleasure boats of weekend sailors, the cargo vessels of modern commerce. All of these have passed over these waters, some safely, some not. While the ocean itself has changed not at all, the Gulf Stream still flows, as it has for millions of years, carrying warm water northward along the coast, creating the same weather patterns, the same underwater topography, the same natural phenomena that have always characterized this region. The current moves at the same speed, follows the same path, operates according to the same physical laws that governed it long before humans ever thought to venture beyond sight of land. Below the surface, the sea floor remains as complex, as varied, as capable of creating unexpected currents and waves as it was when Vincent Gaddis first began collecting reports of mysterious disappearances. The underwater mountains still rise from abyssal depths. The trenches still plunge into darkness. The magnetic anomalies still influence compass readings in ways that can confuse navigators unfamiliar with local conditions. Above the surface, weather systems still form according to the same atmospheric physics that have always governed this region. Warm air masses still meet cool ones, creating the same potential for sudden storms. Rapid weather changes, the kind of conditions that have always made this area challenging for mariners. Aviators, anyone who ventures into the space where ocean meets sky. Listen to the sounds that surround you here, the eternal whisper of waves against whatever hulls happen to be passing. The constant conversation between wind and water that has continued unchanged while human civilizations have risen, fallen, transformed, evolved. These are the same sounds that sailors heard centuries ago, the same rhythms that will continue long after current shipping lanes have been abandoned, current aircraft routes forgotten. The water itself, salt and H2O and all the microscopic life it contains, moves according to tides and currents that follow patterns established long before any human eye ever saw this horizon. The temperature gradients, the density variations, the chemical composition, all remain within the same ranges that have characterized these waters throughout recorded history. Modern ships still pass through this region. Dozens every day, hundreds every week. Following shipping lanes that carry cargo between the same ports that have served maritime commerce for generations. These vessels, equipped with GPS navigation, satellite communication, advanced weather forecasting, sophisticated safety systems, traverse these waters with casualness that would amaze sailors from earlier eras. Commercial aircraft still fly overhead, following established airways that cross this region multiple times daily, carrying passengers who gaze down at the blue expanse below without the slightest concern about mysterious forces or supernatural phenomena. The flight paths remain the same, the altitudes the same, the navigation procedures essentially unchanged despite technological advances that make modern aviation far safer than anything Vincent Gaddis could have imagined. Coast Guard vessels still patrol these waters, still respond to distress calls, still investigate incidents when vessels or aircraft do encounter difficulties. Their reports, filed in electronic databases now, rather than typed on paper forms, document the same kinds of mechanical failures, navigation errors, weather-related problems that have always characterized maritime accidents in this region. The statistical reality of disappearances in this area remains precisely what Lawrence Kusha documented decades ago. Normal, predictable, consistent with the volume of traffic that passes through any heavily traveled maritime region. Ships still sink occasionally. Aircraft still crash sometimes. People still make errors in judgment that lead to tragedy, but at rates that differ in no significant way from similar areas elsewhere in the world's oceans. Yet something has changed in how people think about these waters, how they interpret events that occur here, how they understand the relationship between human technology and natural forces. The ocean itself remains the same, but the stories told about it have transformed it in human consciousness into something different, something more mysterious, something that exists as much in imagination as in physical reality. Tourist boats now carry passengers specifically to experience the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, to feel the thrill of sailing through waters that popular culture has designated as somehow special, somehow dangerous, somehow different from ordinary ocean. These visitors photograph the same waves, the same horizons, the same blue expanse that has always existed here. But they see it through the lens of mythology rather than natural history. The irony is profound, almost poetic. The Bermuda Triangle, as cultural phenomenon, has made these waters more famous, more visited, more observed than they ever were when only working vessels, military aircraft, commercial shipping used them for practical purposes. The legend has brought attention to a region that might otherwise have remained known only to maritime professionals, weather forecasters, fishermen who work these waters for living rather than adventure. And private aircraft still occasionally encounter problems in this region, still experience navigation confusion, equipment malfunctions, fuel system failures, all the same kinds of mechanical and human errors that have always posed risks to aviation. But now, when such incidents occur, they are filtered through decades of accumulated mythology, interpreted through frameworks that emphasize mystery over mundane explanation, wonder over technical analysis. Social media has created new ways for the waters themselves to participate in their own mythology. Photographs taken from passing ships, videos recorded from aircraft, real-time reports from vessels transiting the region, all become part of the ongoing conversation about what, if anything, makes these waters special, different, worthy of the attention they have received. The ocean's response to all this human attention, all these stories, all this cultural energy focused on a relatively small patch of its vast surface, remains characteristically oceanic, complete indifference. The waves continue their eternal patterns. The currents follow their established courses. The weather systems develop according to atmospheric physics that recognize no human categories, no cultural boundaries, no distinctions between legendary and ordinary waters. Perhaps this indifference, This oceanic disregard for human storytelling represents the most profound truth of all. The Bermuda Triangle exists powerfully, influentially, persistently in human consciousness. But the ocean itself knows nothing of triangles, nothing of legends, nothing of the books written, the movies made, the theories proposed about its behavior. In this vast, indifferent, eternally moving body of water, the entire human drama of the Bermuda Triangle, from Vincent's careful research through Charles's dramatic expansion, through Lawrence's methodical debunking, through the legend's persistent evolution. All of it represents just the briefest moment, the smallest ripple on a surface that has been in constant motion for millions of years. The ocean remembers nothing, cares about nothing, continues its ancient conversation with wind and weather, and the gravitational pull of distant moon and sun. While human beings continue to tell stories about its nature, its intentions, its mysteries, stories that reveal far more about the storytellers than about the waters themselves. While tourists photograph waves and documentary crews search for signs of supernatural activity, while authors debate theories and researchers argue about evidence, the real business of the ocean continues, carried out by people who know these waters not as legend, but as workplace, not as mystery, but as daily reality. Picture yourself aboard a Coast Guard cutter on routine patrol. Watch the crew as they monitor radio channels, check weather reports, maintain equipment that serves the unglamorous but essential function of maritime safety in these heavily traveled shipping lanes. For these professionals, the Bermuda Triangle represents not mystery, but simply another patch of ocean where people occasionally need help, where mechanical failures occur, where human judgment sometimes proves inadequate to natural forces. The radio crackles with routine communications, cargo vessels reporting their positions, pleasure boats requesting weather updates, aircraft checking in with air traffic control. All the ordinary maritime traffic that passes through this region every day, every week, every year, without incident, without mystery, without anything more dramatic than the normal challenges of navigation in a complex ocean environment. Listen to how these professionals talk about the waters they patrol, the matter-of-fact discussions of current patterns, weather systems, navigation hazards, shipping schedules. Their language contains no reference to supernatural phenomena, no acknowledgement of the cultural mythology that has grown up around their workplace, no suggestion that these waters pose any dangers beyond those found in any other heavily trafficked maritime region. When they do respond to emergency calls, to vessels in distress, to aircraft reporting problems, their investigations focus on practical concerns, mechanical failures, navigation errors, Weather conditions, human factors, all the mundane causes that account for virtually every maritime incident that occurs in this region, just as they do everywhere else in the world's oceans. A Coast Guard search and rescue coordinator, him who has spent decades responding to incidents in these waters, speaks with weary patience about the gap between popular perception and operational reality. We get calls all the time from people convinced they've encountered something mysterious. Usually, it's just compass deviation from underwater topography or radio interference from atmospheric conditions, or simple equipment malfunction. The commercial pilots who fly regular routes over this region, carrying passengers between Florida and the Caribbean islands, between Miami and Puerto Rico, between mainland United States and Bermuda. They navigate these airspace with the same routine professionalism they bring to any other flight path. Their flight plans account for known weather patterns, established air traffic procedures, normal radio navigation aids for them. The airspace above the Bermuda Triangle represents nothing more than a convenient corridor between popular destinations, a region where they must pay attention to the same factors that matter everywhere else: fuel consumption, weather conditions, air traffic control instructions, mechanical system status, passenger safety. None of these professional concerns requires any reference to supernatural forces or unexplained phenomena. A cargo ship captain, someone who has transited these waters hundreds of times over a career spanning decades, describes the region with the casual familiarity of someone discussing his own neighborhood. It's good water most of the time. You watch the weather. Keep your equipment maintained. Follow standard navigation procedures, no different from anywhere else I've sailed. His logbooks, filled with routine entries, departure times, arrival schedules, weather observations, cargo manifests, tell the story of countless successful transits through waters that popular culture has designated as mysterious, dangerous, supernatural. The overwhelming majority of these entries record nothing more exciting than routine seamanship in ordinary ocean conditions. The fishing boats that work these waters, commercial vessels pursuing their trade in areas rich with marine life, bring yet another perspective to the supposed mystery. For fishermen, these waters represent livelihood, opportunity, workplace. Their knowledge of currents, depths, seasonal patterns, weather systems, comes from years of practical experience rather than theoretical study or popular speculation. They speak of the Gulf Stream with the intimate familiarity of people whose economic survival depends on understanding its behavior, its seasonal variations, its impact on fish migration patterns, water temperature, weather development for them. The stream is not a mysterious force, but a well-understood phenomenon that they must account for in their daily work, their navigation planning, their fishing strategies, private boat owners who regularly cruise these waters, weekend sailors, pleasure craft operators, sport fishing enthusiasts. They too develop familiarity with the region that has little to do with supernatural theories, much to do with practical seamanship. Their concerns focus on fuel range, weather windows, marina facilities, emergency equipment, all the ordinary considerations that matter to recreational boaters anywhere. When incidents do occur, when vessels experience problems, when aircraft encounter difficulties, the professional response focuses on immediate practical concerns, rescue operations, emergency medical care, mechanical assistance, investigation of causes, documentation for insurance purposes, safety improvements. The supernatural plays no role in these real-world responses to genuine maritime emergencies. The meteorologists who forecast weather for this region, who track storm systems, who issue warnings for marine and aviation interests, they understand the atmospheric dynamics that make this area occasionally challenging, sometimes dangerous, but never mysterious. Their computer models, satellite data, historical weather patterns, all describe a region that behaves according to well-understood physical principles. Navigation instructors who teach courses in seamanship, aviation safety, maritime law. They use this region as a case study not in supernatural phenomena, but in the importance of proper preparation, adequate equipment, sound judgment, respect for natural forces. Their students learn to recognize and respond to the real dangers of ocean navigation. Weather development, equipment failure, human error, air traffic controllers who guide aircraft through this airspace, marine traffic controllers who monitor vessel movements, port authorities who coordinate arrivals and departures, all bring professional expertise to the management of transportation in a complex, heavily used, economically important region that serves vital commercial and recreational purposes. For all these professionals, the Bermuda Triangle exists only as a popular culture curiosity, an occasional source of questions from tourists, reporters, amateur investigators who seem genuinely surprised to discover that those who work these waters daily find nothing mysterious about them. The contrast could not be more stark between the dramatic theories of mystery writers and the routine professionalism of those who actually work in this region, between the supernatural explanations of popular culture and the practical knowledge of maritime professionals, between legend and lived experience. In laboratories and research institutions around the world, far from the drama of best-selling mysteries and the romance of unexplained phenomena, scientists continue the patient work of understanding how the ocean actually functions, how weather systems actually develop, how the physical forces that govern this region actually operate according to principles that can be measured, tested, verified through careful observation. Modern oceanography has mapped the sea floor beneath these waters with precision that would have amazed Vincent Gaddis, revealing underwater landscapes of stunning complexity, mountain ranges that rise from abyssal depths, trenches that plunge deeper than any canyon on dry land, geological formations that create currents, eddies, upwellings that follow patterns predictable through established principles of fluid dynamics. The Gulf Stream itself, that great river within the ocean that has influenced so many of the incidents attributed to supernatural forces, now yields its secrets to satellites, to underwater sensors, to computer models that track its meandering path with accuracy measured in meters rather than miles. Scientists understand its seasonal variations, its interactions with other current systems, its role in global climate patterns. Research vessels equipped with sophisticated instruments regularly traverse these waters, measuring temperature gradients, salinity levels, current velocities, magnetic field variations, all the physical parameters that govern oceanic behavior. Their data, accumulated over decades of systematic observation, reveals an environment that operates according to well-understood physical laws. Complex, but not mysterious. Powerful, but not supernatural. The magnetic anomalies that mystery writers have cited as evidence of unknown forces, when studied through systematic survey, proved to be perfectly normal variations in the Earth's magnetic field caused by underwater geological formations, iron deposits in the seafloor, the same kinds of magnetic variations found throughout the world's oceans. Modern navigation systems, equipped with GPS technology, remain largely unaffected by these natural phenomena. Meteorologists now understand the atmospheric dynamics that make this region occasionally challenging for aviation, sometimes dangerous for surface vessels, but never inexplicable through natural processes. The interaction between tropical air masses and temperate weather systems, the rapid development of thunderstorms, the formation of waterspouts, all follow patterns that can be predicted, tracked, explained through established principles of atmospheric physics. Satellite technology provides real-time monitoring of weather development throughout the region, allowing forecasters to track storm systems from their earliest formation through their eventual dissipation. The sudden weather changes that earlier generations of sailors experienced as mysterious, threatening, supernatural, now appear on radar screens hours before they develop, their behavior predictable through computer models that account for dozens of atmospheric variables. Marine biologists who study this region focus on the rich ecosystems that thrive in waters where warm tropical currents meet cooler temperate flows, where deep ocean upwellings bring nutrients to the surface, where complex food webs support diverse marine life for them. These waters represent not mystery but abundance, not supernatural phenomena, but natural productivity that follows well understood ecological principles. The electromagnetic phenomena that some theorists have blamed for navigation problems, radio interference, equipment failures, when studied systematically, proved to be normal atmospheric effects, no different from those found in other regions where tropical and temperate weather systems interact. Solar activity, ionospheric disturbances, atmospheric electrical phenomena, all operate according to principles that can be measured and predicted. Geologists have mapped the tectonic activity beneath these waters, documenting the slow movement of crustal plates, the formation of underwater mountains, the creation of deep ocean trenches. All of this geological activity follows patterns established over millions of years, operates according to forces that dwarf human timescales but remain comprehensible through plate tectonic theory. The coral reefs that dot this region, the limestone formations of the Bahama Banks, the volcanic islands of the Caribbean, all represent geological processes that scientists can study, understand, explain through established principles of earth science. The complex underwater topography that these formations create does influence water flow, current patterns, wave behavior, but in ways that can be mapped and predicted. Navigation researchers have documented the specific conditions that can cause compass deviation, radio interference, GPS signal disruption in this region, identifying natural phenomena, underwater geological features, atmospheric conditions that account for the navigation problems that earlier generations attributed to supernatural forces. Modern navigation systems, with multiple redundant positioning methods, remain largely immune to these natural effects. Aviation safety experts understand the meteorological factors that make this airspace occasionally challenging. The rapid weather development, wind shear conditions, atmospheric turbulence that can create problems for aircraft. All of these phenomena follow patterns that can be studied, predicted, planned for through proper flight procedures and weather monitoring. The search and rescue statistics for this region, when analyzed systematically, reveal accident rates that are perfectly normal for an area with heavy maritime and aviation traffic, no higher than similar regions elsewhere in the world, consistent with what would be expected given the volume of commercial and recreational activity that occurs here daily. Modern shipping companies that operate regular services through this region, airlines that fly scheduled routes overhead, cruise lines that carry passengers to Caribbean destinations. All treat these waters and airspace as routine commercial transportation corridors, requiring the same safety precautions. Navigation procedures, weather monitoring that prudent operators use anywhere else in the world. Underwater archaeological research in this region has revealed shipwrecks that tell the real story of maritime history here. Vessels lost to storms, mechanical failures, human error, war, all the ordinary causes that have claimed ships throughout human history. These archaeological sites provide physical evidence of how vessels actually sank, what conditions they faced, what factors contributed to their loss. The insurance industry, which bases its rates on actual risk assessment rather than popular mythology, treats this region as presenting normal maritime and aviation risks. No higher premiums, no special exclusions, no acknowledgement that supernatural forces pose any threat to commercial operations. Climate scientists who study long-term weather patterns in this region, who analyze decades of meteorological data, who model future climate scenarios, find nothing unusual about the atmospheric behavior here. Nothing that requires explanation beyond established principles of climatology. Nothing that suggests forces operating outside normal physical parameters. The overwhelming conclusion from systematic scientific study of this region is that it behaves like ocean everywhere else, follows the same physical laws, operates according to the same natural forces, presents the same kinds of challenges and dangers that characterize any heavily traveled maritime area where warm and cold water masses meet. The mystery, if any remain, lies not in the waters themselves, but in human psychology, in our tendency to find patterns where none exist, to prefer dramatic explanations over mundane ones, to transform ordinary natural phenomena into extraordinary supernatural theories through the simple process of selective attention and creative interpretation. Science has not eliminated wonder from these waters, but it has relocated it from the realm of the supernatural to the domain of natural complexity, from mysterious forces to understandable but nonetheless magnificent planetary processes. Here, in these same waters where our story began, where 18th century sailors fought storms with only wooden ships and primitive navigation, where Flight 19 disappeared into confusion and tragedy, where Vincent Gaddis first noticed patterns that seemed to suggest mystery, where Charles Berlitz transformed careful research into cultural phenomenon, where Lawrence Cushy patiently documented the gaps between legend and reality. Here all perspectives converge. All versions of truth meet the eternal indifference of the sea. The ocean itself knows nothing of the human stories told about it. Yet it has become the stage for one of the most remarkable demonstrations of how truth and belief interact in human culture. how facts transform into legends, how legends persist despite facts, how the same physical space can simultaneously exist as mundane workplace, scientific laboratory, tourist destination, mythological landscape. Modern vessels pass through these waters, carrying multiple realities aboard the same hulls. In the pilot house, professional mariners navigate using GPS coordinates, weather data, traffic separation schemes, all the practical tools of 21st century seamanship. Below decks, passengers may be reading books about supernatural phenomena, discussing theories about electromagnetic anomalies, photographing waves they believe might behave differently than ordinary ocean swells. The irony is profound, almost poetic. The more thoroughly scientists understand these waters, the more precisely they can map currents and predict weather, the more accurately they can explain every natural phenomenon that occurs here, the more persistently the legend seems to flourish, as if mystery and knowledge exist in parallel universes that occasionally intersect but never quite merge. Commercial aircraft fly overhead, following airways that cross this region dozens of times daily. Their flight management systems calculating routes based on wind patterns, fuel consumption, air traffic requirements, all the routine considerations of modern aviation. Yet passengers looking down through those same aircraft windows may see waters that exist more powerfully in their imaginations than in the physical reality below. The convergence creates moments of almost surreal contrast. A Coast Guard helicopter responding to an emergency call may fly past a tourist boat whose passengers are listening to dramatic narration about mysterious disappearances, supernatural forces, unexplained phenomena. The rescue crew focuses on practical concerns, weather conditions, fuel range, emergency medical procedures, while the tourists below experience the same waters as a portal to mystery, wonder, possibility beyond mundane explanation. Weather satellites pass overhead, recording temperature patterns, atmospheric moisture, wind velocities, all the data that allows meteorologists to understand and predict the natural forces that govern this region. Yet these same measurements, filtered through different interpretative frameworks, can become evidence for theories about electromagnetic disturbances, dimensional portals, atmospheric anomalies that mainstream science supposedly refuses to acknowledge. The shipping lanes that cross this region carry cargo between the same ports that have served maritime commerce for centuries, following routes optimized for efficiency, safety, economic advantage. Modern container ships, guided by GPS navigation, monitored by satellite communication, protected by sophisticated safety systems, traverse waters that once challenged sailors with wooden vessels and magnetic compasses. Yet the legend treats all vessels as equally vulnerable to mysterious forces. Research vessels periodically transit this region, their scientists studying everything from marine biology to underwater geology, from current patterns to atmospheric chemistry. Their instruments measure reality with precision that previous generations could never have imagined. Yet their findings, however thorough, seem to have little impact on popular perception of these waters as somehow special, somehow different, somehow mysterious. The convergence reveals something profound about human nature, about our relationship with the unknown, about the way we process information that challenges beliefs we find emotionally satisfying. The same waters that professionals navigate routinely, that scientists study systematically, that reality governs completely, can simultaneously serve as the setting for legends that operate according to different rules, different logic, different criteria for what constitutes truth. Perhaps this is the deepest lesson of the Bermuda Triangle story. Not that people are gullible or scientists arrogant. Not that legends are necessarily false or facts necessarily persuasive, but that human consciousness operates on multiple levels simultaneously. That we are capable of holding different kinds of truth in different compartments of awareness. That reality itself may be too complex, too multifaceted, to be captured completely by any single approach to understanding. The tourists who come here seeking mystery, the professionals who work here seeking safety and efficiency, the scientists who study here seeking understanding, the believers who defend theories here, the skeptics who debunk claims here, all share the same physical space, breathe the same salt air, feel the same ocean swells, yet inhabit fundamentally different conceptual universes. This coexistence, this convergence of multiple realities in the same geographic location, may represent something essential about human experience in the modern world, about how we navigate environments where scientific knowledge, popular culture, personal belief, professional expertise, all intersect without necessarily aligning, without necessarily resolving into single, coherent, universally accepted truths. The Bermuda Triangle, in all its manifestations, from Vincent's careful documentation, through Charles's dramatic expansion, through Lawrence's methodical debunking, through its continued cultural persistence, represents both human limitation and human creativity, both our tendency toward error and our capacity for wonder, both our need for accuracy and our hunger for meaning beyond mere fact. In these waters, where warm currents meet cool air masses, where shallow banks rise from deep ocean trenches, where natural forces create conditions that can challenge human navigation, where ordinary phenomena become extraordinary through the alchemy of storytelling. The eternal ocean continues its ancient conversation with wind and weather, and the gravitational pull of distant celestial bodies. The waves that lap against modern hulls, the currents that flow beneath research vessels, the weather systems that develop overhead, all operate according to the same physical laws that have governed this region since long before humans ever ventured beyond sight of land, and will continue long after current legends have been forgotten, replaced by new mysteries, new stories, new ways of transforming the eternal complexity of the natural world into narratives that serve the enduring human need for wonder. Chapter 7. The Eternal Dance. What endures? When legends fade now. As our journey through the layers of the Bermuda Triangle draws toward its close, as we have traveled from those dangerous waters of the 18th century through Vincent's careful research, through Charles's dramatic popularization, through Lawrence's methodical debunking, through the legend's persistent evolution in digital age, we must ask ourselves what this entire story really reveals. Not just about maritime mysteries, but about the deeper currents that flow through human consciousness itself, the Bermuda Triangle. In all its manifestations, from documented maritime incidents to popular cultural phenomenon, represents something far more significant than a simple case of mistaken identity, far more revealing than a mere example of how myths develop around ordinary events. It serves as a perfect mirror for examining the most fundamental questions about how human beings create meaning, process information, distinguish between what they know and what they believe, navigate the complex relationship between truth and wonder in their daily lives. Consider what we have witnessed in this story. The remarkable transformation of specific tragedies into general mystery, of individual incidents into cultural archetype, of careful documentation into popular entertainment. This transformation follows patterns that repeat throughout human history, in every culture, in every era, wherever people encounter phenomena that resist easy explanation, that challenge comfortable assumptions, that suggest possibilities beyond current understanding. The process begins, always, with genuine events, real incidents that pose legitimate questions. Vincent Gaddis did not invent the disappearance of Flight 19, did not fabricate the loss of the SS Cyclops, did not create the various maritime accidents that form the foundation of his research. These tragedies occurred. These mysteries existed. These questions deserved investigation and explanation. But something remarkable happens in the space between event and interpretation. between fact and story, between what happened and what people believe happened. This space, this gap, becomes a kind of laboratory where human psychology, cultural need, commercial opportunity all interact to transform raw experience into something larger, more dramatic, more meaningful than the original events themselves. Charles Berlitz understood this transformation instinctively, recognized the commercial and cultural potential of expanding Vincent's careful mystery into something that could capture mass imagination. His contribution was not primarily factual, not based on new evidence or deeper research, but creative, transforming information into entertainment, mystery into mythology, specific incidents into universal symbols of human limitation in the face of cosmic forces. Lawrence Kusch approached the legend from an entirely different direction, applying academic standards to popular claims, insisting on verification, documentation, the patient correction of errors that had accumulated through decades of retelling. His work represents the counter-narrative, the attempt to restore accuracy, to distinguish between what actually happened and what people had come to believe happened. Yet the legend's persistence, despite Lawrence's thorough debunking, reveals something profound about the relationship between truth and belief in human culture. Facts, no matter how carefully documented, no matter how thoroughly verified, do not automatically displace beliefs that serve important psychological, social, cultural functions. Truth and belief operate according to different rules, serve different purposes, fulfill different human needs. This pattern, this dynamic between documentation and legend, between accuracy and wonder, between scientific explanation and mythological interpretation, extends far beyond the specific case of the Bermuda Triangle to illuminate broader questions about how human societies process information, evaluate claims, maintain shared narratives about the nature of reality itself. In our current era, when information travels instantaneously, when facts can be verified immediately, when expert knowledge is more accessible than ever before, we might expect that legends like the Bermuda Triangle would quickly disappear, displaced by accurate information, corrected through easy access to reliable sources. Instead, we discover that abundance of information creates new challenges, new opportunities for selective interpretation, new ways for beliefs to persist despite contrary evidence. The digital age has not eliminated mystery, has not satisfied human hunger for wonder, has not resolved the tension between scientific materialism and popular desire for supernatural possibility. Instead, it has provided new platforms for ancient patterns, new tools for persistent needs, new environments where myths can evolve. adapt, survive in forms that would have been impossible in previous eras. This suggests something important about human nature itself, about the functions that mystery serves in individual psychology, social bonding, cultural identity. We are not, it appears, purely rational creatures seeking only accurate information about our environment. We are complex beings who require meaning, wonder, possibility, community, identity, purposes that facts alone cannot serve. The Bermuda Triangle, as cultural phenomenon, succeeds because it provides these services, because it creates space for experiences that purely scientific worldviews often fail to accommodate, because it preserves possibilities for wonder in environments increasingly dominated by explanation, certainty, technological control over natural forces. Perhaps most significantly, the triangle story reveals how ideas evolve in human culture, how concepts adapt to survive in changing environments, how myths develop strategies for persistence that mirror the evolutionary processes governing biological organisms. The legend that exists today bears little resemblance to Vincent's original documentation, has been shaped by selection pressures that favor engagement over accuracy, entertainment over education, emotional satisfaction over factual precision. Understanding these evolutionary dynamics helps explain why debunking efforts so often fail, why careful research has such limited impact on popular consciousness, why truth-telling, however important, however necessary, faces systematic disadvantages in competition with more emotionally rewarding alternatives. But this understanding also suggests approaches to truth-telling that might prove more effective, that recognize and address the human needs that myths serve, that provide alternative sources of wonder, community, meaning, rather than simply attempting to eliminate belief through factual correction. The ocean itself, throughout this entire human drama, has remained unchanged, indifferent, operating according to physical laws that recognize no human categories, no cultural boundaries, no distinctions between legendary and ordinary waters. The waves continue their eternal patterns. The currents follow their established courses. The weather systems develop according to atmospheric dynamics that existed long before humans ever told stories about them. This oceanic indifference provides perspective on the entire human story we have examined, reminds us that our legends, our debates, our passionate commitments to various versions of truth, all represent the briefest moment in the vast temporal scales on which natural forces operate. The Bermuda Triangle, as human cultural artifact, will eventually fade, be replaced by new mysteries, new stories, new ways of organizing wonder and meaning. Yet during its time, During its moment of cultural prominence, the legend serves important functions, provides valuable services, fulfills genuine human needs that deserve recognition and respect, even when the specific claims that generate those services prove factually inaccurate. The story of the Bermuda Triangle, ultimately, is not really about maritime mysteries, electromagnetic anomalies, supernatural phenomena. It is about us, about how we create meaning, how we process information, how we balance the competing demands of accuracy and wonder, how we navigate the complex relationship between what we know and what we need to believe in this deeper current, this more fundamental flow. The specific details of disappeared ships and missing aircraft become less important than the patterns they reveal, the processes they illuminate, the questions they raise about the nature of human consciousness. Cultural evolution, the eternal dance between truth and belief that shapes every aspect of our individual and collective experience. If we have learned anything from following the Bermuda Triangle through its complete life cycle, from Vincent's careful documentation, through Charles's creative expansion, through Lawrence's methodical correction, through its persistent cultural evolution, it is that the relationship between truth and belief in human culture is far more complex, far more nuanced, far more important than simple questions of factual accuracy might suggest. The traditional approach to combating misinformation, to correcting popular misconceptions, to promoting scientific literacy, often assumes that providing people with accurate information will automatically displace inaccurate beliefs. That truth possesses some inherent power to overcome fiction. That rational argument inevitably defeats emotional attachment. The Bermuda Triangle story suggests that this assumption, however appealing to those committed to factual accuracy, may be fundamentally flawed. Instead, we discover that beliefs serve multiple functions in human consciousness, that myths fulfill needs that facts cannot address, that wonder and community and meaning and identity all play roles in determining what people choose to accept as true. Lawrence Kusch's careful research, however thorough, however accurate, could not compete with these deeper psychological and social functions, could not provide alternatives to the services that the Triangle legend offered its believers. This suggests that effective truth-telling, successful science communication, productive engagement with popular misconceptions must address not just the factual claims of competing beliefs, but the human needs that those beliefs serve, simply demonstrating that supernatural explanations are incorrect will never suffice if the underlying hunger for mystery, for possibility beyond current understanding, for resistance to complete scientific demystification, remains unaddressed. Perhaps scientists, educators, Communicators committed to accuracy need to develop approaches that honor human need for wonder while insisting on factual precision, that provide legitimate sources of mystery while maintaining standards of evidence, that recognize the value of questions even when answers prove mundane rather than magical. The ocean itself, in its vast complexity, its resistance to complete understanding, its capacity to surprise even expert researchers, offers exactly this kind of legitimate wonder. The actual Gulf Stream, properly understood, reveals dynamics more intricate than any supernatural theory, more remarkable than any fictional explanation. The real atmospheric physics that govern weather development in this region, the genuine geological processes that shape the seafloor, the authentic biological interactions that create rich marine ecosystems, all provide sources of amazement that require no embellishment through supernatural speculation, but communicating this genuine wonder, making actual complexity as emotionally satisfying as imagined mystery, requires different skills than traditional scientific education typically develops. It demands narrative ability, emotional intelligence, understanding of what motivates human curiosity, appreciation for the psychological functions that wonder serves in individual and cultural life. The Bermuda Triangle story also reveals something important about the role of expertise in democratic societies, about the tension between specialized knowledge and popular belief, about the challenges facing any culture that must somehow balance respect for professional competence with commitment to individual judgment. Community wisdom, democratic participation in determining what deserves belief. Lawrence Kush's research represented expert opinion, professional methodology, institutional authority. Yet his findings, however carefully documented, carried little weight in popular culture compared to more entertaining alternatives, more emotionally satisfying theories, more wonder-promoting explanations. This pattern, this resistance to expert authority, appears throughout contemporary culture, in contexts ranging from climate science to medical research to technological risk assessment. Understanding why expertise fails to persuade, why careful research loses competitions with amateur speculation, why institutional authority has lost credibility in favor of crowdsourced wisdom. These questions extend far beyond maritime mysteries to touch fundamental issues about how democratic societies evaluate competing claims, how communities distinguish between reliable and unreliable information, how individuals navigate environments where expert knowledge and popular belief often conflict. The digital age has accelerated these challenges by democratizing information production, eliminating traditional gatekeepers, creating environments where anyone can publish theories, develop audiences, compete directly with credentialed researchers for public attention and acceptance. These changes offer genuine benefits, allowing diverse voices to participate in cultural conversations, enabling citizen researchers to contribute valuable insights, providing platforms for perspectives that traditional media might ignore. But democratization also eliminates quality controls, reduces barriers to misinformation, creates conditions where entertainment value often matters more than factual accuracy, where engaging content frequently defeats careful research and competitions for human attention. Cultural influence, popular acceptance. Navigating these new information environments requires different skills than previous generations needed, different strategies for evaluating sources, different approaches to distinguishing between reliable and unreliable claims. The Bermuda Triangle, as case study, provides laboratory for examining how these skills might be developed, how these strategies might be taught, how these approaches might be refined. Perhaps most importantly, the triangle story suggests that effective science communication, successful truth-telling, productive engagement with popular misconceptions must recognize and respect the legitimate human needs that myths serve while providing better alternatives for meeting those needs, must offer genuine wonder rather than simply debunking false wonder, must create community around shared inquiry rather than simply isolated individuals around correct information. The professional mariners who work these waters daily, the scientists who study them systematically, the meteorologists who forecast their weather, all possess intimate knowledge of genuine oceanic wonder. Authentic atmospheric complexity, real natural forces that operate according to principles more intricate, more remarkable, more worthy of awe than any supernatural theory. But this knowledge, this appreciation, this sense of wonder based on actual understanding rarely translates into popular culture, seldom reaches audiences hungry for mystery and meaning. Bridging this gap, making genuine complexity as emotionally satisfying as imagined mystery, communicating authentic wonder as effectively as fictional alternatives. These challenges define one of the most important tasks facing any culture committed to both truth and democracy, both accuracy and human flourishing, both scientific understanding and psychological health. The Bermuda Triangle, in its complete cultural evolution, provides map for navigating these challenges, not by offering simple solutions, but by illuminating the complex dynamics involved, the multiple forces at work, the various needs that must be addressed, the different functions that competing narratives serve in human consciousness and cultural life. as we look toward the future, toward the mysteries that will capture imagination in coming decades, toward the legends that will emerge from tomorrow's unexplained events. The Bermuda Triangle story provides a template for understanding how such phenomena develop, evolve, persist, eventually fade into cultural memory, while new mysteries take their place in the eternal human hunger for wonder. The pattern revealed by the triangle's life cycle, from documented incidents, through popular expansion, through methodical debunking, through persistent cultural evolution, will almost certainly repeat with future mysteries, future legends, future attempts to find supernatural explanation for natural phenomena. Understanding this pattern, recognizing its stages, anticipating its dynamics, may help future generations navigate the complex relationship between truth and belief more skillfully than our current era has managed. Already, we can observe similar processes at work in contemporary mysteries, unexplained phenomena that capture public attention, generate theories, spawn industries, resist debunking through the same psychological and cultural mechanisms that have sustained the Bermuda Triangle. UFO sightings, cryptozoological encounters, paranormal investigations, alternative archaeological theories, all follow patterns that would be familiar to anyone who has studied the triangle's cultural evolution. The digital age has accelerated these processes while making them more complex, more resistant to traditional forms of correction. New mysteries can now achieve global recognition within hours, can develop sophisticated theoretical frameworks within days, can generate devoted communities of believers within weeks, all without the institutional oversight, editorial control, professional gatekeeping that once slowed the spread of unverified claims. Artificial intelligence and deepfake technology will soon create additional challenges for distinguishing between documented events and manufactured evidence, between authentic phenomena and sophisticated hoaxes, between genuine mysteries and deliberately created confusion. The techniques that Lawrence Couché used to verify sources, check documentation, distinguish between reliable and unreliable accounts, may prove inadequate in environments where video evidence can be fabricated, official documents can be counterfeited, expert testimony can be simulated with convincing accuracy. Yet the underlying human needs that drive mystery creation and belief, the psychological functions that myths serve, the social purposes that legends fulfill, these will likely remain constant even as technology transforms how information is created, distributed, verified, challenged. People will still require wonder, still seek meaning beyond mundane explanation, still find community around shared beliefs about possibilities that mainstream science refuses to acknowledge. This suggests that future mysteries will be more sophisticated, more adaptable, more resistant to simple debunking than their predecessors. They will evolve in real time, responding to criticism immediately, developing counterarguments before opposing research can be completed, creating theoretical frameworks that anticipate and deflect scientific challenge. The communities that form around these future mysteries will also be more connected, more organized, more capable of coordinating belief across geographic and cultural boundaries. Global communication networks will allow believers to share theories, reinforce commitment, develop collective responses to skeptical challenges in ways that previous generations of mystery believers could never achieve. Educational institutions face particular challenges in preparing students for this future information environment. Traditional approaches to science education, critical thinking instruction, media literacy training, all assume relatively stable information ecosystems where sources can be verified, experts can be identified, authority can be established through institutional credentials. But future environments may require different skills, different strategies, different approaches to evaluating competing claims about reality. Perhaps most importantly, educational systems may need to address directly the human needs that mystery serves, may need to provide legitimate sources of wonder, authentic opportunities for exploration, genuine encounters with the limits of current knowledge, rather than simply presenting science as a collection of established facts that leave no room for further discovery, no space for continued questioning, no possibilities for genuine surprise. The scientific community itself may need to evolve, to develop better approaches to communicating uncertainty, complexity, the ongoing nature of research, the ways that current understanding may be incomplete without being incorrect, the model of science as a collection of definitive answers, rather than an ongoing process of inquiry, may contribute to the appeal of alternative explanations that promise mystery, wonder, possibilities beyond current paradigms. Future mysteries will also emerge from new technological capabilities, new environmental challenges, new social configurations that create novel opportunities for misunderstanding, misinterpretation, creative explanation of ordinary phenomena, space exploration, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, climate change, all represent domains where genuine complexity, rapid change, insufficient understanding may provide raw material for new legends, new theories, new attempts to find supernatural explanation for natural processes. The commercial incentives that drive mystery promotion will also evolve. Finding new platforms, new audiences, new revenue models for transforming wonder into profit. The entertainment industry will continue to discover that mystery sells better than accuracy, that questions generate more engagement than answers, that possibility attracts larger audiences than certainty. But perhaps future generations will also develop more sophisticated approaches to balancing these competing demands, to honoring human need for mystery while maintaining commitment to factual accuracy, to providing legitimate wonder while resisting false wonder, to creating community around shared inquiry rather than shared belief in unverified claims. The ocean itself, the actual waters where our story began, will continue to serve as laboratory for understanding these dynamics. New incidents will occur. New questions will arise. New theories will be proposed. New investigations will be conducted, all within the same physical space where natural forces operate according to principles that care nothing for human interpretation. Human need, human stories about their significance. Future mariners will still encounter unexpected weather, equipment failures, navigation challenges, mechanical problems, all the ordinary difficulties that have always characterized ocean travel. Some of these incidents will be investigated thoroughly, explained completely, filed away in official records that few people will ever read. Others may capture public attention, generate theories, spawn new legends that follow the same patterns we have observed in the Bermuda Triangle story. The challenge for future generations will be developing wisdom about when to accept mystery, when to demand explanation, when to appreciate wonder without requiring supernatural interpretation, when to find satisfaction in questions rather than insisting on answers that may not exist or may not satisfy deeper psychological needs that drive the search for meaning. Perhaps the most important lesson from the Bermuda Triangle story is not that people should stop believing in mysteries, but that they should become more sophisticated about how they engage with mystery, more aware of the psychological functions that wonder serves, more skilled at distinguishing between legitimate questions and manufactured confusion, more capable of finding genuine awe in actual complexity rather than imagined simplicity disguised as cosmic profundity. The future will bring new mysteries, new legends, new opportunities for both wisdom and folly in how we respond to phenomena that challenge current understanding. The pattern will repeat, but perhaps with greater awareness, greater skill, greater appreciation for both the value of accuracy and the necessity of wonder in human life. Now, at the end of our long journey through the layers of legend and truth, through the careful research and creative expansion, through the patient debunking and persistent belief. Through all the human stories that have been told about a patch of ocean that remains, fundamentally, eternally, magnificently indifferent to every word ever written about it, we find ourselves returning to where we began, to the waters themselves, but carrying with us understanding that transforms how we see, how we listen, how we experience the eternal conversation between human consciousness and the vast forces that govern our world. Feel yourself floating once again above those same waves, the same currents, the same depths where ships have sailed for centuries, where aircraft have flown for decades, where countless vessels have passed safely while a few encountered tragedy, where ordinary natural phenomena have been transformed through human storytelling into extraordinary cultural artifacts that reveal as much about the storytellers as about the stories themselves. The water beneath you remains exactly what it has always been. Molecules of hydrogen and oxygen, dissolved minerals, microscopic life, all moving according to principles of physics and chemistry that operated long before humans existed. That will continue long after our species has vanished. That recognize no human categories, acknowledge no human interpretations, respond to no human needs for meaning beyond the simple, eternal fact of their own existence. Yet something has changed in how we understand this water, this ocean, this space where so many human dramas have played out. We have learned that the same physical reality can simultaneously support multiple kinds of truth, can serve as workplace for professionals who know it intimately, as laboratory for scientists who study it systematically, as stage for legends that operate according to entirely different rules, as mirror for reflecting the deepest questions about human nature, consciousness, the relationship between what we know and what we need to believe. The Gulf Stream still flows, as it has for millions of years, carrying warm water northward, creating weather patterns, supporting marine ecosystems, operating according to oceanographic principles that can be measured, mapped, predicted with remarkable accuracy. But it also flows through human imagination as something more mysterious, more significant, more laden with possibility than mere ocean current. Transformed through storytelling into a force that transcends its physical parameters. This duality, this capacity for the same phenomenon to exist simultaneously as scientific fact and cultural symbol, as workplace and mystery, as ordinary natural process and extraordinary human metaphor, may represent something essential about the relationship between consciousness and cosmos, between human meaning-making and natural law. between the stories we tell and the reality that remains indifferent to our narratives. The ships that pass through these waters today carry within their hulls this same duality in the engine rooms. Professional engineers monitor systems that operate according to well-understood principles of thermodynamics, mechanical engineering, electrical theory. On the passenger decks, travelers may experience the same voyage as an encounter with mystery, an adventure into waters that popular culture has designated as somehow special, somehow different from ordinary ocean. Both experiences are real. Both serve legitimate human needs. Both contribute to the full richness of what it means to be conscious beings trying to understand our place in a universe that reveals its secrets slowly, reluctantly. Through centuries of careful observation and creative interpretation that sometimes leads toward truth, sometimes toward beautiful confusion, sometimes toward useful myths that serve purposes entirely separate from factual accuracy. The aircraft that fly overhead follow similar patterns, their navigation systems calculating routes based on atmospheric physics, fuel consumption, traffic management, all the practical considerations of modern aviation. Yet passengers looking down through those same aircraft windows may see waters that exist as powerfully in imagination as in physical reality, that carry meaning far beyond their role as transportation corridor, that serve as reminder that the world still contains spaces where wonder and knowledge coexist without necessarily resolving into single, unified, universally accepted understanding. Perhaps this is the deepest lesson of the Bermuda Triangle story. Not that people should abandon mystery in favor of fact, or sacrifice accuracy for wonder, but that human consciousness requires both, that healthy individuals and healthy cultures need access to reliable information and meaningful possibility, to scientific understanding and imaginative exploration, to respect for expertise and space for questions that experts cannot answer. The ocean itself, in its vast complexity, its resistance to complete comprehension, its capacity to surprise even the most knowledgeable researchers, offers exactly this kind of balanced relationship between knowledge and mystery. The more we learn about oceanic processes, atmospheric dynamics, underwater geology, marine biology, the more remarkable these systems become, the more worthy of awe, the more capable of inspiring genuine wonder that requires no supernatural enhancement. Vincent Gaddis, in his modest study, began a process of careful attention to unexplained phenomena. Charles Berlitz transformed that attention into popular entertainment. Lawrence Kusha insisted on factual accuracy over commercial appeal. The legend's persistent evolution demonstrates the complex dynamics through which human cultures process information, create meaning, balance competing demands for truth and wonder. All of these human contributions, all these individual stories, all these passionate commitments to various versions of understanding represent brief moments in the longer story of consciousness encountering cosmos, of finite beings trying to comprehend infinite complexity, of creatures capable of wonder, attempting to understand forces that operate on scales both vast and tiny beyond our immediate experience. The waves that surround you now, that have surrounded every character in our story, that will surround future generations of sailors and dreamers and researchers and storytellers. These waves continue their eternal rhythm, their endless conversation with wind and gravity and the rotation of the planet itself, indifferent to human interpretation, yet somehow enhanced by human attention, made more meaningful through the very act of witnessing, of questioning, of caring enough to wonder what it all might mean. In this eternal dance between consciousness and cosmos, between human story and natural law, between what we know and what we imagine, the Bermuda Triangle finds its true significance not as supernatural phenomenon, but as perfect mirror for reflecting the beautiful complexity of what it means to be human in a universe that remains eternally, magnificently, mysteriously larger than any story we will ever tell about it. The ocean continues. The stories continue. The dance continues. And in that continuation, that persistence, that eternal return to wonder, we find not answers, but something perhaps more valuable: the ongoing opportunity to participate in the great conversation between mind and cosmos that defines the deepest currents of human experience.